What is going on, party people? Welcome to the Center Hubs, whatever I call this, the NBA free agency and offseason live stream. I am Steven Baggell. I will be with you guys for the duration of probably in upwards of 4 hours, depending how things slow down, speed up throughout the night. I remember doing this 2 years ago when Paul George signed with the Sixers, and that kind of held up every other free agent signing, and we spent like 45 minutes, myself and Mike Shearer, Basketball Poetry, talking about 45 minutes about Eric Gordon signing a minimum with the Sixers. Luckily, we do not have that issue today, because quite a bit has already happened. I am joined to start the show with Conrad Pascal, Caleb Bueller, both of the Center Hub. Go follow them, go support them. You guys are either hearing this on YouTube, on Twitter, or on Buzzer. So we appreciate you supporting us. But anyway, as I said, gentlemen, we have quite a bit of news to already talk about. We are going to be joined by Julian, Andrew, Corbin, a lot of Center Hub guys, Aaron Washington from No Trade Clause, Zach Rudine as well, obviously for all you Timberwolves fans out there. John Simpson, obviously my one and done co-host. So we have quite a bit of people that will be joining us during the duration of these 4 hours. Conrad, obviously, you see as his background, Golden State Warriors. We'll see what they do with LeBron James and maybe Anthony Davis. I know it was reported today that the Wizards don't have the intention of trading Anthony Davis. We'll see. And then Caleb Mueller. Caleb, I wanted to start this show due to his, do I want to say allegiance, Caleb, to the Suns and the Bucks?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up rooting for the Bucks, and Devin Booker's been my favorite player in the NBA for the last decade. So I definitely have some stake in their success, you could say.
So Caleb was one I wanted, obviously, on to talk the Giannis. And again, Aaron Washington from No Trade Clause, he's a Heat fan, so we're going to hear from that perspective as well later tonight, later in the show. But with that said, the Suns also made some moves, Caleb. I want to talk about Giannis first, but the Suns have once again traded their unprotected pick in order to have an upgrade. Again, we'll talk about that. But what is your overall thoughts on Giannis? Let's talk about Giannis first. I mean, just what's your overall thoughts on the package that Miami sent to the Bucks?
I think it was a good package. I mean, obviously, Miami was able to send them, kind of like a semi all-star caliber player in Tyler Hero. And I think that was the appeal for Milwaukee and kind of the requirement in any deal. Obviously Bucks fans don't want to see a complete and utter rebuild, in Milwaukee. Obviously there are still some good players with Miles Turner. We'll see if he sticks around. Kyle Kuzma, we'll see if he sticks around. But it's interesting to see where the direction this goes. I think Kel'el Ware was a good move towards the future, but I think the key part of the deal that excited me was the ability for Milwaukee to get Kasper Siakachonis, who I think, despite not maybe getting 4 or 5 first-round picks or an absurd return in that department, I think Kasper brings a lot of value, going forward to a team that kind of has to figure out what they got going on in the backcourt. And they have Tyler Hero, they have Ryan Rollins, now they have Braden Burries, who they took at 10 in the draft. So there's a lot of things to sort out there. And obviously you don't really know what's going on with Miles Turner. So there's some stuff to like. I think Jaime Jaquez is going to be a good fit right away. I think Kel'el Ware, obviously, being a front court piece that you get in the trade is huge. And we've talked about a lot throughout the Center Hub is his upside as like a possible, guy that can protect the rim and shoot the 3 ball. So there's a lot there in that deal, plus the first rounders. So that's kind of my thoughts on the overall package and what I see. Like I said, I think the addition of Kasper into the deal was a nice thing. Because I could very easily could have seen them giving up like Jovic or something like that, which was the deal that was proposed in our mock off season.
Yeah, and with Jovic, I know the speculation for Miami in terms of them wanting to bring back Norm Powell after he just made his first All-Star team at age, 33, I think it was. Right now, they cannot do that. Like, there's speculation of, oh, well, Miami has the full mid-level. They could bring back Norman Powell. Right now, they can't do either of those things. They basically have to attach a 2029 first they have probably to get off of Jovic to open up enough space to bring back Norman Powell. That's, the avenue. We'll see if they're able to do that over the next coming days. I know for Norman Powell, it's been reported Chicago is highly interested. I know there's been speculation of Detroit. So we'll have to see how that plays out. Conrad, how about you and your thoughts on the Warriors? Hypothetical in terms of, obviously, Kristaps is back. Al Horford is back. Draymond opted out of his player option.
Right.
With the perception to take less money, potentially for LeBron James, and then maybe Anthony Davis to come aboard. So just, again, we're going to talk more about it as it transpires, if it transpires tonight, a LeBron move, which I don't think it will. But what's your overall thoughts and how people in the Bay feeling about all this?
I think there's still I've gotten a lot of texts from people, especially like Warrior fans, casual Warrior fans, who I probably haven't spoken to in months. I think there's like mixed feelings. I wouldn't necessarily like overly negative, but just mixed because again, like I think if you're like a casual fan, you probably like, your most vivid memories of LeBron as it pertains to the Warriors is like, the rivalries in the mid 20 teens. But again, like rivalry kind of breeds respect. I think, respect is earned on the battlefield, so to speak. And I think it's well documented that over the last several years, not just Draymond and LeBron, but Steph and LeBron have become friends, like off the court. There's a lot of mutual respect and admiration, for what they've accomplished. So for me, I'm not particularly like surprised. And I think there's a big segment of fans who aren't necessarily surprised by this. It's just, the reality of it potentially coming to fruition. So we'll see what happens in the next couple hours or the next day or so. But yeah, I think it's just good bookkeeping all around. I don't have a particular problem with Horford or Porzingis's extension. It doesn't prevent them from doing all the things that you just said they want to potentially look to do. And whether or not LeBron comes, again, Draymond opting out with the intention of renegotiating a longer deal, but at a lower AAV is just, again, it's good cap management. They need to open up that non-taxpayer mid-level exception, whether that goes to LeBron or any other free agent. And there are some pretty good free agents that could help. So we'll see. But overall, I think there is a lot of excitement. There's also like, it's a surreal excitement. Let's put it that way. I think amongst Dub Nation.
Okay, so let's pivot to Conrad. I'm going to stick with you meanwhile. Which deal, and again, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit because it's a little difficult given free agency doesn't open for another 5 minutes. It's only been teams either re-signing with their current teams or teams trading amongst each other players. What so far has surprised you in this NBA offseason?
Man, surprise. Oh, okay. Jalen Duren seemingly wanting out of Detroit.
Okay.
And even if that's a leverage play, like perhaps again, this is as an outsider, from an outside looking in, like how badly did you mess up that relationship? I'm talking by they, Detroit, their ownership, their front office. Like to me, it's got to be like the weirdest thing. Like, is Jalen Duren a perfect player? By no means. But he is still an extremely high level player. He has been like improving consistently year after year. They don't win 60 games without him. To me, it's just bizarre that, like, obviously if he's trying to, whether he's using Sacramento or the Lakers as a leverage play, the idea that he would even be willing to entertain the idea of going to teams that are, well, at least Sacramento, a team that's definitely no closer to winning a championship or being in contention for a championship, that you had to, like, those discussions, like that relationship, I'm not going to say it's fractured, but man, it went that poorly that, he's willing to, potentially go to a team that's not necessarily in a better situation, a team that's really trying to rehabilitate their culture. So, I mean, just again, the rapport that he has with Cade Cunningham, in a season where Cade Cunningham is finally kind of establishing himself as one of the premier players of the league, you would think that you would want Jalen Duren to be there to continue, maintaining that continuity, but building what they have been assembling over these last several seasons. And Duren has very much been a big part of, trying to revitalize Detroit basketball. So I'm really surprised that it's come to this seemingly so quickly, again, from the outside looking in.
Yeah. It's part of the blessing and the curse of making all NBA and being, get a hot, he's not super max because he's only at the 30% max, but
right.
Instead of 25, he's now at 30% of the max. So like all of a sudden, now if I want a max, I'm asking for additional money that the Pistons weren't really anticipating paying me, if that makes sense. So now all of a sudden he had a poor playoff showing and he wants to get paid after an all-NBA year. As you see in this tweet pulled up by Chris Haynes, it says he's going to be meeting with the Sacramento Kings potentially any minute. I know it's also been reported the Los Angeles Lakers or another team. The Lakers have $52 million in cap space. So they could just outright sign Doran and make the Pistons really uncomfortable if the Pistons want to match it.
Mm-hmm.
But with the Pistons, unless they want Domantas Sabonis or maybe Zach LaVine or something, a Jalen Duren to Sacramento sign and trade doesn't make all that much sense. In my opinion, at least. Caleb, what's your thought on Jalen Duren?
I kind of agreed with the point Conrad made about kind of being a leverage play.
Yeah.
To make sure he's able to maximize his value after an all-star year in Detroit. And I generally agree with the statement that hey, this is a really kind of sudden shift in that relationship between Cade, Detroit, and him. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him end up going back. Like you said, it'll be tough for the Pistons to really be able to recoup his value as one of the premier young centers in the NBA. If the Lakers are able to make something happen for him, I think especially with LeBron kind of signifying that he's on his way out the door and they can kind of feel the full flexibility to be like, hey, let's go make a move to make sure that we secure our big man for the next, 5 to 6 years. I think that their commitment probably will be stronger. And they maybe have some more assets that they can move around that Detroit will want. I agree with your statement about the Sacramento assets are just that you even mentioned just aren't that appealing, to be honest.
So, new tweet on the screen, Mark Spears. Detroit Pistons have offered what the franchise believes is the most lucrative contract possible for the all-star restricted free agent, Jalen Duren, are not interested in any sign and trade deals and will match any potential offer sheet he signs. Okay, Lakers, let's see. Give him $42 million and see if Detroit matches it.
Yep.
That's what that reads to me. That definitely came from Jalen Duren's agent, in my opinion, in terms of hey, we dare you to match it type deal. We're gonna match it.
I mean, it's kind of in line with what I just said and what Conrad talked about, and you mentioned as well. I think this is probably the clear direction. It's probably going back to Detroit, or maybe we see him in LA.
I mean, you would think though that. Again, I mean, I think there are some front offices that feel comfortable enough that they can kind of, tune out negative discourse around their franchise, and worry about they could delay on worrying about the optics until the transaction is done one way or another. But you would think that after having essentially salary dumped Isaiah Stewart, a long time and beloved Detroit Piston, that this would be. It would signal this is a commitment to Jalen Duren. And yet, again, the ambiguity here, I can understand why Detroit fans are upset by this. And so
it doesn't make much sense. I mean, I just don't know how you got to this point, especially, like what you said, probably the conversations behind the scenes, around that, move with Stewart. I mean, I have to imagine is like this is to ensure we have the space for Jalen to come back. And I don't know how that doesn't bring a relationship closer unless there's something else going on personally between guys. But I haven't heard anything. I tend not to try and speculate on that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I know Chris Haynes, I think yesterday, reported that Tobias Harris and his camp don't expect to be back in Detroit either. So it's like you just had Cade Cunningham and the number 1 overall seed in the East. Now, like, you don't want to pay Doran his $42 million max. Tobias may be walking. He is your second leading scorer. Like, Trajan Langdon is a good GM, a good executive. So,
Right.
like, I'm just trying to think of how they pivot. Because I know, like, they said they were in on Kawhi initially. Obviously, he's off to Toronto now. We're going to talk about that. It's similar to, like, when the Blazers traded for John Moran, another move we're going to talk about. I said I think there's another trade to be made. Like, there's no way they're going to go into the season with Damian Lillard, John Morant, Scoot Henderson, Drew Holiday, and Shaedon Sharpe on that roster. It's not happening. So this is like the move before the move. I feel like if Doran walks is kind of the move before the move for Detroit. So we'll have to see how they pivot. Caleb, how about you? I asked Conrad the most surprising thing he's seen this little bit of free agency. Do you have?
Yeah, I have a few. I mean, are you want to hear about my thoughts on a specific move or something I heard about a move?
Either a move or maybe just how a team's moving in general.
I mean, I thought the Trailblazers getting John Morant was a surprising move, and I thought what their kind of plans are going forward was even more surprising. Is that that was their move. Yeah. That's what they were doing is going out and getting John Morant, and I found that very interesting considering, how many years of Damian Lillard are you really expecting? So you think that you maybe want to try and maximize that, unless you're expecting Damian Lillard to be a bench player for you, which I mean I don't know how that's going to go over. So I don't know what that backcourt looks like. I don't know what the future Scoot Henderson is there. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I thought that was definitely the most surprising. Obviously, I mean, in terms of shocking, I thought LaMelo Ball being traded was, just dumbfounding. I was not expecting to see that at all this offseason.
So let's talk about the Hornets first. I do want to talk about the Blazers as well. The Hornets conceivably, and I have my one and done co-host Sean Simpson, who's a diehard Hornets fan, coming on later to talk about it. And the way him and I talked about it was like, you just had your best season of Hornets basketball since the 90s, since Alonzo Mourning was on the team.
Yeah, and you just threw it away.
Oh, yes, but I also think there's an aspect of, okay, look, we're just going to sell high. Like, LaMelo has been the healthiest he's been since the sophomore year. Let's capitalize and get as many assets as we can for him, while his value may never be higher if he has these ankle injuries. And then once you had Naz Reid, the Miles Bridges deal made sense, especially when the Suns will give you a 2033 unprotected first. So, like, it's selling high on a good year. Like, you potentially knew Toronto was going to get Kawhi. You knew Indiana was going to be better next year. Boston, we'll have to see what happens with Jaylen Brown. The Knicks aren't going anywhere. So, like,
LaMelo definitely is a select taste. Yeah. I mean, I'll say that as well. In terms of the play style plans going forward, I think Khan and Brandon Miller present much more traditional, like modern duo, and that like, hey, these are our wings. They're both plus size, 6'7" taller, and can both shoot the ball really well. So it's good to see. I think that'll be interesting. I thought Jeremy Grant. That's
Jeremy Grant went to the Grizzlies for.
I was just thinking. I'm still thinking about that move. It still blows my mind. But I lost my train of thought. Who'd they get back?
Talking about LaMelo.
Yeah, basically nothing. Naz Reid, right? Basically nothing in terms of players and role stuff. But I thought going out and getting Hans Steinbach was a good move. And I think if your plan is to put Con Knipple on ball more, obviously getting a big and Naz Reid that can roll to the rim and pop and provide a scoring option is nice as well. So I mean, I definitely I hadn't thought about it like how you put it, Steven, in terms of selling high on LaMelo. I think that's a very, interesting argument lens. But, and I think it falls in line with what they did with the rest of their moves. Taking Steinbach in the lottery gives them a big that can, kind of do a little bit of everything and has a chance to also hit a pretty decent upside. And he's more on the age timeline of kind of Khan and, Miller.
And they also got Christian Anderson with the 18th pick. Another guard for what it's worth. It's not. And then that led them to re-signing Kobe White for, what was it? Let's see here. 3 for $74. So Kobe White got $25 million, basically $25 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, if you're moving forward with Kobe White as your lead guard, I mean, I think that's a fair price to pay for him. And, I'm sure I can imagine maybe they're going to sell high on him as well, here going forward at some point. If Christian Anderson can prove to be what a lot of people hope he can. He's a very versatile scorer off the dribble. So he could be a very good fit alongside LaMelo and not LaMelo, Khan and Brandon Miller as well.
Brandon Miller.
Yeah.
Conrad, anything to add, or you want to move on to the Trailblazers?
No, we're good. I think that's a good assessment of the Hornets. I don't know. I can't say like I was completely surprised. I'm surprised by the timing of that move. Just because one, it came like literally like hours after
the draft, the second
after the draft. Well, like it was reported he could be on the move, and then literally the following morning it was done. It was consummated. So, or at least agreed upon in principle. So it's interesting, but I can't say that I'm surprised just because this new ownership, this new coaching staff, I mean, they have been pretty deliberate in terms of wanting to kind of create a new identity from top to bottom in Charlotte. So I'm like, okay. And that's not to say anything like, negative about LaMelo, but I get it. Like you want to build around the guys that they drafted, and so far that's, Khan, Brandon Miller, and then these next upcoming or this current incoming rookies. So that's pretty cool. But let's talk about Portland. That trade made me laugh. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. Why did it make you laugh, Conrad? Just because of how low John Moran's value actually was?
Yeah. This time I will be, if that is like the extent of my negativity. I mean, like,
I spelled Trailblazers wrong. Hold on. Keep going.
No picks, no salary cap relief or anything like that. Just straight up Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray. Shout out Chris Murray.
I honestly I like the Jeremy Grant fit because if you're planning that Cam Boozer, yes, he's a 4. But he honestly projects going forward more utilized at the 3. I think you can have a guy like Jeremy Grant next to him who plays the 3 or, plays the 4. They kind of move interchangeably there. I think that's a good fit. You're definitely going defense here with this move, in Memphis's perspective. And you're losing somebody that you view as a negative asset. I'm somebody who never believes in addition by subtraction, especially when it's a player who, averaged 20 points per game at multiple years.
All NBA second team at one point.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough.
I was just going to say, have you guys ever heard of addition by subtraction? And then Caleb just took the spotlight.
Sorry about it. I've been saying
I think that is a real thing.
I've been talking a lot of NBA lately. So I've used that reference in this context quite a bit with the LaMelo move and now here.
Yeah, no, but like it is accurate. Like that seems to be what the Grizzlies' MO was addition by subtraction. Like this is not that much better than
what a stamp of approval of the pick of Cedric Howard is this? I mean, like feeling so comfortable with your backcourt right now is just like, hey, let's just move forward with what we have going forward now in the backcourt.
Well, Memphis is one of actually the better NBA teams at developing guys.
And Walter Clayton Jr. I mean, this is they must really like what they have there with those guys going forward. Or maybe there's another Memphis move. I mean, you never know. I've seen a lot happen already this offseason that I didn't think would happen. Who knows what they could go do.
Okay, so we have, bear with me. I want to pull up, here it is. Conrad, what do you have anything further on John Moran? I know you said like you were just surprised by how low his value is, and that's why.
No, I'm not surprised by how low his value is. I'm laughing because of how right I was about how bad his trade value was.
I got you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I suppose I'll say I wish him well. I don't know if I truly mean that. But you know, hey, it's an opportunity to again prove people wrong, rejuvenate your career. You know, to be fair, a healthy John Moran is a difference maker. I don't know if I'd say game changer, but definitely a difference maker. So,
oh yeah.
Let me pull this up here.
He does his thing for sure.
Here is Bobby Marks, friend of the Bird Rights Pod. He made this handy little cheat sheet that we'll be referencing throughout the night.
I love it. It's great.
Who has money in free agency? We have 3 teams that have legitimate cap space. Brooklyn, Chicago, Lakers. Brooklyn has up to $44 million, I believe. Chicago has over $30 million. The Lakers, now that LeBron James is that it's official that he will not be returning, have $52 million. So these 3 teams, obviously all at cap space plus a $9.4 million room mid-level, could all make moves. They could be the Jalen Dorans. They could take the Walker Kesslers, who is apparently not filled with Utah's offer. I apologize because I forget who reported that. Then you have these $15 million non-tax mid-level teams with the $5.5 million biannual. Obviously, you see some of those teams don't have the biannual. Then you have tax mid-level, then teams that could just sign the veterans minimum. New York is one where basically they brought back Landry Shamet, and that was the writing on the wall that Mitch Robinson will not be back.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was reported that James Dolan, despite winning the championship this year, will not go into the second apron. We're going to get Andrew Wong in a little bit to talk about that. That, if I was an Knicks fan, would be a little bit disheartening. You win your first championship 53 years, and he won't pay the second apron. But anyway, we've seen a lot of big men. We've seen Jock Landale. We've seen Precious Achiuwa. We've seen a lot of big men sign over the last couple of days.
Right.
Re-sign with their teams. Mitch Robinson is going, I think he's been the biggest winner. Time Lord, another one. Robert Williams is back with Portland. Mitch Robinson is going to get paid by someone because outside of Doran and Kessler, unless you're going to go after one of those big fish who their team may match, so you may be a little bit hesitant to go after those guys because you don't want to get matched. Who else are you going to pivot to? It's Mitch Robinson. So yeah. I do think thus far Mitch Robinson has been.
Mitch Rob might be a Laker.
He might be a Laker.
He might be a Laker.
I do think the Lakers are going to try on Doran and or Kessler first.
Oh yeah.
But if they know, okay, look, we got to move. Mitch might not wait around.
Doran and Kessler are both positioned themselves well. Kessler did the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean that Duran's doing.
Yeah. They're both going to meet with the Lakers. But
and that's the leverage move is being like, hey, look, I have the opportunity to go to the best situation in the whole league. I get to move myself to Los Angeles and get to go play with Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. Match it. Give me as much money as possible because that's what the Lakers are going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely interesting.
So you mentioned Austin Reeves. He's another one who just got paid handsomely. He signed 4 years, $185 million.
Happy for him. It's a lot of money for a guy who was undrafted.
I think it was the biggest deal ever. I think it was someone who was undrafted. I think I saw.
Yes, sir.
He got 4 for 185. Trae Young got 4 for 212. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but who would you guys rather have at those contracts?
Austin Reeves.
I think I'm in the same boat.
Yeah.
I think it depends obviously what your team needs. If you need more of just a true playmaker, a guy's going to average 11 assists a game, then obviously the answer should be Trae Young. But
yeah, but I like Austin Reeves' size. I think he attacks the rim really well. I mean, if you watched that NBA Finals and didn't think rim pressure was the most valuable thing in basketball, I mean, I don't know. Being able to get to the rim, being able to get to the paint, create mismatches and draw defenders, Austin Reeves can do that. Trae Young is solid, but I'd rather have Austin Reeves.
Okay.
So
yeah, it's 6:17. No signing. Again, we had so much action happen prior to 6 p.m. even being a thing today. So
right.
Again, we don't need to do the whole spend 45 minutes on Eric Gordon signing a minimum again. Thank God. What about Kawhi? Should we talk about that a little bit? Back to Toronto.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely interesting.
But before we talk about Kawhi Leonard, we have someone in the guest room who's ready to hop in. Let me add him. Julian Mendelson, everyone.
What's up, boys? How we doing?
What's up?
What's up, Julian?
It's been a chaotic 24 hours.
Love
It's been a chaotic what? When was the draft? Last week? 6 days ago? What's 6 times 24, Julian?
No, I know, but the last 24 hours things have
144 hours.
Things got pretty intense the last day or so.
No one checked my math.
You can't do math.
That's why I went to law school.
True.
Okay, Julian, we were about to talk about Kawhi, but I did already ask Caleb and Conrad this question. What move has really surprised you that's happened this past week, if anything?
I mean, where to begin? Honestly, I was definitely surprised that the Hornets were willing to trade LaMelo. I did not expect that, but I think honestly, this may be just recency thing, but I don't understand why Portland wants Ja.
Okay.
Due
to the amount of guards on the roster?
Yes, Steven. They have a lot of guards on their roster.
I mean, there could be multiple reasons to not want John Moran. That's why I was asking.
They have Drew Holiday, who's an experienced guard. I get it, he's older, but you drafted 2 guards in the top 10. And I don't know. Shaden obviously has a lot of potential. I think people are overhyping how bad Scoot has been. I don't think he's been like a world beater, but I don't think he's been that bad to at least I don't think he's been give up on me bad. So I am kind of surprised. It doesn't really fit in with their timeline. They got off Jeremy Grant, which Corbin would love, but I don't know, man. That one makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, Scoot was, for what it's worth, really good. Guys, by the way, I photoshopped Kawhi in a Raptors uniform.
Wow, you're getting better.
You photoshopped it?
I photoshopped that.
Wow, you even photoshopped Norm Powell as a Raptor.
And Nick Nurse as the Sixers as the Raptors
head coach.
Are you breaking news? Is Norm going back to the Raptors?
No, but as I said, I saw another report that the Chicago Bulls, I don't know why, that it's a new front office. So anything the Bulls have done in the past, we could throw out the window. But that the Bulls all interested. I know Norm Powell just made the All-Star team this year. I don't know if it's the intent of, okay, let's sign him with our cap space and flip him later type deal. I don't know. But Norm Powell, unless he move off Jovic, they don't have the space. Hard cap to have the first apron to bring in, to go back to Miami. No, Jordan, I agree with you, though. Scoot Henderson was pretty good in that San Antonio series this past playoffs.
Yeah, he had a good series.
Yeah. So we'll have to see. But yeah, as I said, we were, as Julian joined us, about to talk Kawhi Leonard back in the, what is it? The 6.
The 6.
The 6.
You're not a Drake fan, brother.
How do you know?
Because you would know that if you were a Drake fan.
Julian, I was too busy taking the time before the show to Photoshop this photo.
Right, because Kawhi Leonard has never been in Toronto before.
I didn't say he was in Toronto. I'm saying I Photoshopped it. Anyway, Kawhi is back in the 6.
You almost forgot again, didn't you?
No. Thoughts? Conrad, let's start with you this time.
I mean, I think this definitely puts them in legitimate contention. I'm not saying like championship contention, but I think, you know, kind of it should give them reason to believe that they can at least solidify themselves as a non-play-in team. You know, I mean, you can't. We have no DeLorean. We can't go back in time. It's kind of interesting to think, like, if you had a do-over, you know, would he have just stayed and, you know, tried to actually defend that championship, defend that title? But the team that he joins, I mean, I like this. I mean, you know, kind of joining Scotty Barnes. I really like, you know, the potential to have like what they can do actually defensively. I think that's a really cool like defensive front court pairing. It'll be interesting to see what they continue to do at the center spot, because it looks like Sandro will be moving on, and I really like his ability to kind of again provide that, you know, the spacing from the 5 position. But yeah, I mean, in terms of trying to achieve like real floor balance to actually be able to attack consistently from all 3 levels, I mean, you add Kawhi into any group, you kind of get that. And I think at the very least, he'll provide that. I mean, he still has a lot of juice left in him. We've seen it. I mean, obviously, you know, he'll take like his calculated load management days. But we saw in the second half of the season, yeah, you know, he still has that ability to really carry an offense, and he won't have to. So I'm excited to see the direction of this 2026-2027 Toronto Raptors team.
We just had 2 signings come in.
Yes.
Did you see? Did you look yet? Don't look.
I already saw the notification.
Okay. I was going to have you guys guess. So, first one we have.
I flipped my phone over for future.
It's all good. I'm literally just keep seeing all the Twitter notifications I'm getting so I could share my screen and all. Usman Jiang, who his qualifying offer was declined, and then when that was declined, I think it was Mike Scotto from Hoops Hype said the intention was to re-sign him. So 3 years, $17.5 million. He played much better after the Milwaukee Bucks acquired him at the trade deadline. I think he's a good flyer. $6 million a year, like, that is tradable if it just doesn't work out down the line. Like, he could be salary matching in another deal. Like, if it doesn't work out, like, for the Bucks, like, I don't think they're really going to be needing to have a ton of, like, they already have Dame Miller $22 million after they waive to stretch him on the books for the next 4 years. So, like, why not take this flyer, you know? Then we have one more. This one's a blockbuster. Maybe DeAndre Jordan will be locked in a room and then decide to go back to the Clippers.
You know, before we got on air, Steven was saying how barren the big man market is. So, I mean, New Orleans had to get their man, you know? So.
He started games they signed him off the street earlier this season, and he started games for them, like, immediately after that.
Yeah.
They're the Pelicans, dude.
Shout out to DeAndre Jordan, 19 years in the NBA.
Shout out to Kevon Looney, who, like, got a sizable paycheck from them.
Yeah. And now it's been reported that we already talked about Mitch Robinson likely gone from New York. They're talking about, due to Kevon Looney's relationship with Mike Brown, him potentially going to New York.
I don't think that's a bad idea at all.
I mean, like, they need someone. They need someone behind Cat. And if it's not, they lost Chuck Porty and they lost, obviously Mitch isn't going to be back. We have one more here. According to Rob Murrows, Bones Highland's re-signing a new contract with the Minnesota Timberwolves, for what that's worth.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Logical. That locker room of guards is going to be insane, though.
Yeah. And LaMelo be an interesting fit.
Okay. Let me see who else. We talked about Kawhi. Let's talk about, how do we think the Heat fill out the rest of their roster? Again, we talked about Norm Powell, like, literally, unless they move that 29 first, with Jovic to dump him, they don't have the mid-level and they don't have Norm Powell. Like they physically cannot re-sign Norm Powell for a reasonable number or have the mid-level because they're hard capped out of the first apron from the Giannis trade. So how do they? I know there's been reports that they're interested in the two guys they said that were reported, and I apologize, I forget who reported it. Tim Hardaway Jr. makes sense shooting alongside Giannis, and Mike Conley, 38-year-old Mike Conley. Which again, shout out Mike Conley, like hell of a career. I will not tolerate Mike Conley disrespect. But the year's 2026.
I'm not moved.
Can I be real for a second here?
Sure.
Yes, he's Giannis. And I want to start by saying this is nothing against Giannis himself. But outside of Giannis and Bam, this Miami Heat team, I'm not counting Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins is not him in the playoffs.
He's not?
No. He was for Golden State. Everyone looks better playing for Golden State, if we're being real.
Shout out to LeBron James. LeBron, if you're watching, take notes.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Like, do we really think that a team with pretty much just Bam and Giannis is going to win anything? And a bunch of dudes?
Not a lot of shooting on that roster.
There's no shooting on that roster.
Well, that's why they're going after guys like Tim Hardaway Jr.
Even still, like you have.
I mean, Tim Hardaway Jr., I don't have my numbers up right now, but I don't know what his career off the catch, but it's not enough to get me super excited probably.
We would know that if a certain analytics website wouldn't keep kicking us off every time we log in.
What website would that be?
It's all right.
Am I the only one who feels that way about Miami? That it's like
No.
I think we all share similar sentiments. That's the thing too. I just feel like they would need an entire the next off season in order to really be able to fill out the roster around Giannis and Bam. But then you've effectively burned another one of Giannis's prime years, right? I mean, so yeah, no, I'm with you. Basically,
they got Bobby Portis. So
that's true. That's true. No, I mean, what, dude? He does stuff, man.
He does do stuff. It's just like,
hey, Bobby Portis is legit. I mean, do you think he starts on that team and they go jumbo lineup?
Oh my god,
jumbo small ball.
I'm sure he will at times.
Yeah, I mean, Giannis basically plays the 3 with that team. I mean, it's.
But that's where we're at with this roster.
We're
getting excited about.
I mean, that's interesting.
We're getting excited about Bobby Portis, who is in no means a bad player, but come on, man.
I mean, I guess I don't know. They would have to. Portis, I suppose, to a certain extent, they're banking that there will be quality players available after money dries up.
You heard what Steven said. Mike Conley is out there. I mean,
Mike Conley is maybe not for long.
To be fair, Steven was not advocating for Mike Conley. He's simply saying he's a reported target.
They should bring in Brad Beal.
You do
Brad
realize
Beal is another name I heard.
Is it really? No.
For Miami?
Jesus
For Miami.
Christ.
I mean, wasn't that his preferred destination 5 years ago?
It's everyone's preferred destination. It's Miami.
Welcome to
and there you go.
Miami.
On that logic, I think that's what they're banking on, right?
Might as well get LeBron back or something. Jeez.
Shout out Max Geiger.
So that would be
Jordan back.
Yeah, DeAndre Jordan.
Something else.
What about Luke Kennard from Miami? I mean, he's going to command more money than I would imagine Tim Hardaway Jr. or Bradley Beal at this point, but they need, obviously, a legitimate, as Caleb said, we don't know Tim Hardaway Jr. is a legitimate guy off the catch.
Luke Kennard's a premier shooter. Don't you think he'll command more than they can afford?
Unless he wants to take a discount to play in Miami with Giannis, which is what I think the Heat are banking on at this point.
If that's your plan, man, you did nothing.
What I will say about Miami is they do just about the best job in the league in terms of finding undrafted guys or late seconds or whatever it may be, and developing them into rotation players. Like that, we saw that with Max Strus. We saw that with Duncan Robinson. We saw it with Kendrick Nunn. We saw, like, time and time again, we've seen this whole heat culture thing come to fruition from that aspect. So, like, again, you can't bank on that. But if there is a team that you could say, hey, look, we're going to go into the season with no depth and we're comfortable with it, this is one that I think could bank on it.
But
Check
your
your notifications. So
Check my notifications. Hold on.
because it's actually what we're talking about right now.
Ironic how that works out, isn't it?
That is ironic. Tim Hardaway Jr. I'll put it on the screen in a second, but he is. I'm interested to see what that deal is because, like, they just do not have
Money.
Yeah.
Well, what is the most that they could offer him right now, barring any additional moves?
They have. I mean,
shots to
they
offer.
should have the taxpayer mid-level, so that's I think 6.2.
Well,
So I would imagine he would get that, but
He was running or second. He was finalist for 6 man. I don't know if he got second or third behind Hawkins, Keldon Johnson, but okay.
it's just I like you have Bam and Giannis. You're ideally competing for a championship every season.
Can't say I love it. Can't say I love it.
Also, they need a lot more than just Tim Hardaway for spacing. Can we talk about that too?
I mean, of course, but
You
it helps.
provide the space. I'm sorry, Chris Haynes. He provides a bit of spacing for Giannis. He is not the spacing for Giannis. I'm sorry. That got to me for a second, man.
John Krasinski, the Timberwolves beat writer for The Athletic, 1 year minimum for Bones Highland with the Wolves.
It's a good deal.
So, yeah, great deal. He also notes the Wolves are going to continue to look for a power forward.
Was there one
Not
available?
surprising.
It's not a lot of bigs, not a lot of centers, not a lot of fours. Like, John Collins is available, but, like, Minnesota can't afford him. Dean Wade, Minnesota can't afford him. Like, those guys are going to get full mid-levels.
Yeah, not ideal there. I mean, it's a pretty thin free agency class. I've said it a couple times. I mean, I don't really know what else to say about it.
yeah, I mean, I think again, these teams they got to be really they got to continue being creative on the trade market. You know, no offense, but you know, one man's trash is another man's treasure. You know, I mean, everybody has like their own prerogative, right? Everybody's operating on different timelines, you know, or trying to clear up log jams. I think there's opportunity to be had, and I feel like that's what Miami is kind of banking on. You know, they could somehow weasel their way into like a 4-team trade and, you know, get a serviceable bench player, bench shooter, or something like that. At one point, didn't they say like they were interested in bringing Gabe Vincent back? Because again, right, like these are guys that they're going to bank on the minimum, and they have like some familiarity with the system, with Spoelstra, with Riles, and everything like that. I know Corbin will get really excited about that.
We'd be very happy about that.
That'd be a big move.
He's probably not too happy right now because LeBron's leaving. Actually, no, he wanted LeBron to leave.
Yeah.
He did, but I don't think he wanted him to walk. He didn't like the idea of him just walking outright. Like he wanted him actually traded, you know, and try to recruit something.
I will say I don't think anyone's going to trade for a 41-year-old LeBron James.
Well, no, to be fair, he wanted him traded like 2 years ago.
That's fair.
Right. Or as basically, I remember potting with him. As soon as they traded for Luka, he thought they should start entertaining, like seriously entertaining trade offers. So I'll give Corbin that. That was the same season, though. He did crash out about Gabe Vincent. So, you know, you take out everything with a grain of salt.
I also photoshopped Gabe Vincent in a Heat jersey.
Nice.
You're so annoying.
You're so productive. How do you
Joanne.
find the time to do all of this?
I just have so much time on my hands, I guess.
Magic.
Joanne, who do you want to talk about? What move? Because Conrad, Caleb, and I obviously were talking for about a half hour before you joined. So is there any move that we haven't gotten to with you on yet?
Which moves have you not gotten to?
We haven't talked about Atlanta at all. CJ McCollum, Aaron Wiggins, Devin Carter, Declan Kuminga, re-signed Jock Landale. We could talk about them.
Yeah, I'm really confused what they're doing.
Okay.
Oh wait, real quick. There's an update to the Hardaway.
How much he get?
1 year, 6.5 million.
So yeah, the
yeah.
taxpayer.
Kind of what
So
you thought.
all the
So
more
Noah Powell's
reason,
gone.
and
Noah
it
Powell's
good,
gone.
a good, solid deal. But again, speaks to the limited flexibility that they're going to have filling out the remainder of the roster. You know, barring any other cap clearing moves. So
Yeah, I mean, it's an okay price for Tim Hardaway, that's for sure. At least he didn't overpay, right?
No, it's kind of tough comparing anyone when you have.
I mean, would you rather have Hardaway at 1 year 6.5 or like the deal Kevin Huerter got?
What was his deal?
He signed 3 for 27 yesterday, so $9 million a year. I'd much rather have Tim Hardaway Jr.
Oh my
Right?
God, that's a lot for Kevin Huerter.
Again, we already talked about the Pistons. We could talk about them again if they make another move, but like, you know, the moves they've made and the moves that they've failed to make so far is just kind of weird. You know, it's very contradictory.
The whole Dern thing was surprising to me. I wonder how far away they were on those negotiations.
I mean,
we talked about that.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about before we jumped on joining. We still think it's probably just leverage he's trying to gain.
It could be.
Like Mark Spears did tweet out that Pistons plan on matching any offer he gets. So we'll see if that actually happens. Again, the Lakers have $52 million in cap space. They could throw a max at either Doran or Walker Kessler if they really want a big man.
I'm sorry. I love Walker. I love both those guys. I wouldn't touch either of them with the max.
It's just it's a crazy free agency class. The money that's being committed here to some of these guys that have proven so little. I mean, just being honest.
Okay. Let's talk Cleveland. James Harden still needs to re-sign. He obviously opted out a $42.3 million player option. Yuck. Are we sure LeBron doesn't go back there? Like, is it a lock that he ends up in Golden State?
I feel like at this point, people pretty much know where LeBron is going to be headed within 24 hours of him hitting free agency. There's usually a plan that he's already formulated in his mind as to where he's going to go. It's
and
been like
about the fanfare. He loves the attention.
Yeah, like both times that he's gone into free agency, it's been pretty obvious. Or like even before he was a free agent, it was like, okay, well we're pretty sure LeBron's going here. Sorry, all 3 times. Like there's always the speculation. People are like, oh, LeBron's going to go here, and then shocker, LeBron's ends up going where people say that he's going to go. We knew he was going to be in LA 2 years before he ended up going to LA.
Yeah.
You know?
Magic Johnson made it happen, man.
Conrad, how do you feel about LeBron being a Warrior?
Yeah, you know, like I said, man, that rivalry was like, in my opinion, it ended like in 2018. You know, like so. I'm all for it. Like these guys, like make no mistake. I think they're competitors. Obviously, the Warriors as an organization, they want to at least try to win. I can respect all that, but for those, for Steph and LeBron, I mean, they don't really have anything else to prove. So I could really believe them when they said like this is just something they want to do. Like I don't know if I want to phrase it the way Shams reported it this morning. Like this is a happiness-based decision for LeBron. But I mean, hey. Right? Like, this is like your farewell tour. One, Joe Lacob's going to definitely give him all the pomp and circumstance. And, yeah, I think it's something that they would definitely like enjoy. It's going to make for some interesting hoops. I look forward to covering this team, So I'm all for it.
LeBron in the high post handoff with Curry. I mean, they got to try something out. It'll be interesting. I don't know what LeBron's game looks like next year and how that pairs next to. Obviously, a guy like Draymond. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do.
I mean, I was actually thinking about that this morning. I mean, like Draymond, people kind of forget, like he has gone to the bench a number of times to try to make things work. and it never did, like the overall like adjustment. So he got reinserted into the starting lineup. This might have to be the time where he really does go to the bench, and I think that'd be good for him. If LeBron comes, I really want to see him play alongside Yaxel Lindeborg. Like, I think this could have like a lot of cool potential. So yeah, we'll definitely see.
That'll be fun.
There was a Chris Haynes tweet where he said that he just tweeted that LeBron will be, quote, patient and open-minded in selecting his next destination.
But the priority is having a realistic chance of competing for a championship.
See,
he's not going to be. He knows where he's. I'm telling you guys, he knows where he's going to go. He wouldn't have gone into free agency without like a. He knows where he wants to go. I guarantee it.
Oh, he does. He does.
That's Rich Paul doing the Rich Paul, like, I'm gonna play into LeBron maybe having issues, not issues, but like questions about where his decision's gonna be, just to add fuel to the fire.
I love the fanfare.
Yeah, maybe he'll do another ESPN show for 2 hours long.
The Decision 3.
He's like on the Golden Gate Bridge. He's
He's got Brady next to him.
I mean,
I know.
What are they
already?
It seems like they're keeping Bronny, so I don't know.
Which is really funny.
That's right. He's on a standard contract, huh? Not a two-way.
He is on standard contract.
Okay.
He's
a little bit.
It's
a little harder. A little harder to maneuver for.
It's interesting. I mean, I didn't foresee them keeping Bronny, especially if this is the news we were going to get today.
So Jake Fisher is live on Bleacher Report, I guess.
Terrific.
He said Quentin Grimes is expected to sign a contract in the range of about $10 million per year.
Wow,
but last year, when he was in free agency with the Sixers, he wanted $30 million.
Right.
Yeah.
Now just wants 10.
About 10.
I still
see. It's been reported the Lakers are interested in him as well. Him and Sandro Mamukelashvili.
Very good. Nice.
I love it. What?
Those are two guys the Lakers are also in on. That they could sign with a room exception.
I'm sure
I think Mamu would be fun.
Yeah.
He'll be playing starting minutes. Sandro, yeah.
Well, he's not going back to Toronto now. They got Kawhi. It's just not feasible financially.
No, I know. I'm saying, like, I definitely see him supplanting DeAndre Ayton, like, in the first quarter of the season.
Dominating.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, once they see that he's actually willing to like get to his game and play with confidence. So, I mean, that's all Aiden's missing. He needs some consistency and some confidence. Go dunk the ball, buddy.
He was a number 1 pick, and he's still just like.
It's okay. He has the same problems he did 3 years ago. So it's not worth dwelling on right now.
The NBA Cup will be played at Hinkle Fieldhouse.
Yay, my favorite event of the year.
That's fun. Oh, yeah. No one cares about it in Vegas. Let's put it in Indiana. I like the concept of having a college stadium, like a historic college stadium. But like,
why are you hating on Indiana, which is like a legendary basketball state? That's like disrespectful, Stephen.
Yeah, you know me. I'm just so disrespectful. Okay.
Can we talk about Atlanta? I'm so confused.
Let's talk about Atlanta.
Because, I mean, I don't understand why they signed Jock Landale for $14 million and declined a player option of a significantly better player who's just $10 million more than that. I guess I get Devin Carter, Buddy Hield. I kind of get. I don't know what they're building.
Defense.
CJ McCollum signed for $21 million.
That's it. Well, like what do you guys think is in their minds of where they are making the moves like this? Like,
I think Jalen Johnson's going to be top 10 in the league, and I don't know. And Nikhil Alexander-Walker is going to be very good. I mean, that's their hope.
I mean, they were what? They were the 6th seed this past year.
Yeah.
After they traded for CJ McCollum, after they made that Trae Young trade and got CJ and Kispert from the Wizards, I forget the record was. They solid when CJ just re-signed last week. They were like 21-6 or something like that after inserting McCollum into the starting lineup. So they figure, okay, let's have him for one more year. Let's trade for Aaron Wiggins, which was fine value. He's on a great contract.
Yeah.
They got a second-round pick for taking Devin Carter, so that they basically got Wiggins and a flyer on Devin Carter for 1 second, and then they needed an extra big in order to get Jock Landale to not go into free agency. They had to overpay him, and they were able to do that without going in the tax. That's what I think it was, is a 1 year deal. There's no such thing as a bad 1 year contract.
Well, how many years?
I don't know how good. Well, Kuminga, they declined yesterday.
That's what I'm saying. How many more years of team option were there?
This was
just
last
the
year.
one?
It was just the one.
See,
I would have rather had Kuminga just because that's a slot you could then use for like salary matching in a trade later.
And I think also,
and it's expiring, so people are going to want an expiring contract.
An expiring contract of a young player, there's value there. Like I that's like the signing Landale and declining Kuminga. I get needing a big, but like I think there's other ways they could have gone about it that I think would have probably been a bit smarter. Who knows? Can they afford Jalen Duren? Probably not, right?
Atlanta?
Yeah.
Not anymore. No, they couldn't really anyway, but like Jock Landale was like the 15th roster spot, and that puts them right under the tax. Like they're done. They're basically done.
What do you think?
But like, that shows how slim the big man market was, that instead of trying to get someone in free agency, they said, yeah, we'll find keeping Jock Landale to back up because they need size.
Trading is always an option, man.
We have Travis Alexander here. Where do y'all think Embiid will play? The Sixers.
Ooh, this is you guys. There you go.
Let's go, Mavs. And then he asked about a Kyrie trade. So,
okay,
Travis, ask it. You can answer in the comments. Are you asking because there's speculation about the Mavs potentially trading for Embiid? Because I know that Masai Ujiri was interested in trading for Kawhi Leonard, which he did when he was the executive in Toronto. Now, obviously, he's with Dallas. The offer was reportedly Klay Thompson plus PJ Washington plus whatever else to make the money work. Probably would have been Caleb Martin, I would assume, plus whatever draft capital.
It's crazy.
That's what the trade would be for Embiid.
I would take that.
I'm sure you would.
In a heartbeat.
I love Embiid. Like
I do too, but
yeah, I agree. It's run its course.
Yeah, we talked about it. If you're Philly and you can, I don't give a damn what the return is. If you can get off the salary of either Embiid or Paul George this offseason, that's a win.
For what it's worth, Travis said yes. He is asking because he's a Mavs fan and wanted to know if they could get Embiid.
They could, and you're welcome to. I really hope that you enjoy having him for 15 games a season. Even though he plays really well in those 15 games.
What is funny, he's very good still when he plays.
Steven, how often does he play?
Well, yeah, but you could look what Kawhi Leonard just went for. I know obviously the contract's a different situation. Kawhi came off a career year, but
Kawhi has
the last good memory he left you with is that he eliminated the Celtics in the first round. I mean, that's pretty cool.
I'd be very happy, yeah. But like I don't think it's comparable with Kawhi. Kawhi first off has multiple rings, and Kawhi has been a notorious playoff riser, who has taken teams on his back deep in the playoffs, and partially it's because he's been injured every single postseason run, and Embiid hasn't done that. So I think that's why people have seen Kawhi take a team to a championship. They haven't seen that with Embiid. That's why the return is so high for him.
Okay, what about Kyrie trade? Asking. I enjoyed watching him dominate the Celtics, Travis said. Travis, we haven't beat the Celtics in 40-something years, almost 50 years. I enjoyed watching it too.
It was great.
Let's talk about a potential Kyrie trade. I know when Andrew and I, and we're going to talk to Andrew in a little bit, he should be coming on in the next 10 to 15 minutes. It was, okay, well, Minnesota is a team that could trade for Kyrie. Obviously, now they have LaMelo. Is there like a prime Kyrie Irving destination that we could see him being traded to at this point? But I think it was Minnesota.
Did you say Detroit?
Yeah.
How would that work?
I don't know, but that's the type of guy they need. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, obviously, they're hoping that one day Ibuka Okori could become that guy. But if they have, aspirations to return.
Shout out Kawhi Leonard.
Right. And obviously they struck out on Kawhi, but if they want to, put themselves in position to try to make a run at the Eastern Conference Finals, then yeah, I mean, they have literally no shot creation outside of Cade. Like it's shockingly bad how little they have around him. So, I mean, what better than the guy who, can get a bucket at any time, any part of the court. So I would try to find a way to make that work.
I do think the fact that they went after Kawhi, to me, indicates, and I forget the quote Masai said to The Athletic, but he said, we have a generational 19-year-old that's only going to get better. To me, it seems like Dallas is going to try to compete. So, like, I don't think Kyrie's going anywhere for that reason.
I'd agree with that.
I don't think it is either, but an interesting destination. What if, because this worked out so well before, but this worked out so well for Dallas before, but what about the Lakers?
Are they going to want Reeves, Luka, and Kyrie?
I mean, like, maybe not, but like in all honesty, you're looking at like Kyrie and Luka took a team to an NBA Finals together. I don't know. I don't know that it would necessarily work the same, but I could see a world where Rob Pelinka's like, this worked in Dallas.
What about Portland? You could have a starting lineup of Kyrie, Ja, Scoot, Dame, and Drew Holiday. With Shaedon Sharpe as your sixth man.
I completely forgot they still had Dame there.
No, for what it's worth, I do want to talk about this. I still believe Portland should be the front runner for Jaylen Brown.
They should.
Yeah, because now Scoot is totally expendable.
They could do Drew Holiday back to Boston with Tumani Kamara and Scoot to Boston with whatever Milwaukee picks, whatever picks Boston wants for Jaylen Brown and Sam Hauser. I think that makes sense for both teams. Travis also mentioned Jamal Murray for Kyrie. I'm interested to see what Denver does. I will say that.
They've got their work cut out for him, man. They are.
Peyton Watson as restricted free agent. They're going to be
right now. It's bad. Like they are, I think, second worst in the league when it comes to being in the tax behind like ahead of just OKC. It's bad, like real bad. Their cap situation right now. They have 3 players that they're, I think, drastically overpaying. I think they have to get rid of at least one of them.
What's the best package they get, you think?
For
Murray?
Like a Cam Johnson? For Jamal Murray?
Yeah. Well, they already have Cam Johnson.
No, I know. I'm saying if
you're saying, I got you. For what it's worth, I think Cam Johnson makes sense on the Lakers into that cap space. Sheds that money for Denver. Denver then has the flexibility to re-sign Peyton Watson.
Yeah, but who do you really value more, Peyton Watson or Cam Johnson? You have to kind of get to that.
Well, I think the perception is, hey, Peyton Watson's still growing. He might end up being substantially better. That's what the theory is, in my opinion.
They're probably going to say, Peyton Watson wants a lot of money.
Peyton Watson wants a lot of money. And I think Brooklyn, we've seen Brooklyn play these restricted free agent games under Sean Marks before with Otto Porter, with Tyler Johnson, with Alan Crabb. Like, we've seen time and time again, this front office just make ridiculous offer sheets and then have teams match it.
Yeah,
I could see, and Brooklyn has from the MPJ trade Denver's 2032 first. So if they really want to,
they're really incentivized.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Peyton Watts is going to sign an offer with the Nets, no doubt about it. In my opinion.
Yeah, and that would put Denver in a pretty big bind. I think they would have to offload Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon
at that point. Yeah.
Okay, so we do have some news. Nothing new, but we now know the picks in the Kawhi Leonard trade. The Clippers will receive unprotected first in 21 and in 2031 and 2033. 2030 and 2033 seconds and a 2027 swap. So a swap this year, this upcoming season.
A first round swap or a second round?
First round swap.
Okay.
So there's one swap this year, then 2 unprotected in 31 and 33, then 2 seconds in 30 and 33. So the Clippers was banking on Toronto just post Kawhi just not being good.
Well, I mean, I thought they weren't going to be good this year.
Yeah.
Look where we're having pick guys like 12th preseason.
I think so.
Like, I get it. You know, you want to maximize Scotty Barnes.
Is he worth maximizing though? Maybe he's worth. Maybe it's worth considering what the Hornets did and selling high on Scotty.
Yeah, but Scotty is a lot different than LaMelo. LaMelo's only played X amount of games each year for the last 4 years.
Oh yeah,
Scotty, like is doable, good. Yeah.
I think you could get a pretty sizable package from a contender, or a team that's trying to step back into contention for the long.
What about Jaylen Brown for Scotty Barnes?
No, I would not do that if I'm Toronto.
As who? Toronto?
Toronto. If I'm Toronto, there's no way in hell I would do that.
But that's still an interesting move.
It'd be interesting. I'm hanging up the phone immediately, like laughing, essentially.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's something to the fact that Scotty Barnes may not ever be a really great offensive player, and you kind of have supplemented that type of role that he's playing right now with Colin Murray-Boyles going forward.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's some credence to that, but I agree they probably don't move him. I just thought it was interesting food for thought.
Yeah, that's food for thought.
Okay. What about, I'm trying to see if we have anything else. Jake Fisher tweeted the same terms of the Kawhi picks. For what it's worth, Julian, the Sixers also have the Clippers picks in 28 and 29.
I do know that. And that Clippers team is a disaster. So I'm very happy about that.
Okay. It is 7 p.m. We are an hour into free agency. Julian, I know you need to get going. Where can everyone find you?
You can find me on Twitter or X or whatever the hell you want to call it, at Saul J. Mendel down here. You can find me writing articles at the Center Hub Substack. And, I'll be covering some games this year. I'll be around. About it. I don't really have like a whole spiel like some of these people. I'm
the big man guru.
Straight shooter.
I'm a hooper duper, you know what I mean? I side with David. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not taking a side in that war right now. I was gonna jokingly say I side with David West, but I side with nobody on the analytics war right now. And yeah, I think that's about it for me, boys. Have fun in there.
All right, man.
Thanks, Julian. Okay, so we will be joined by Andrew Schaefer shortly. Andrew said he'll let me know he's able to hop on, but he should be here shortly. Okay. I'm trying to see what else, nothing else on the timeline. If you were the Clippers, if you were Lawrence Frank or whoever's running the Clippers, Steve Ballmer, hypothetically, like, obviously it wasn't working with Kawhi and James Harden. But now And Zubac. Let's talk about those two, because Zubac they did get that turned into Keaton Wagler.
All right.
You move all three of them. Now you have Darius Garland, Keaton Wagler, and Brandon Ingram. Yes, they're younger.
I
Garland
like
has
Kobe
had
Sanders with that group as well.
Garland and Ingram both have had injury issues themselves.
Right.
So, like, are the Clippers really in a better spot than they were before?
Yes and no.
Okay.
I would say yes, because they extend their window to rebuild. They restocked up on basically tradable assets, right? If you can get even just one season of Garland and or Ingram healthy, they become a valuable trade asset again.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, Garland's made 2 All-Star teams. Ingram's made 2 All-Star teams in the past 5
exactly.
years.
And that's the thing, right? I think, I mean, front officers are smart, but, recency bias is a powerful thing. And if they see, hey, right, you played like whatever, 65 to 70 plus games, in this upcoming season, like they'll be desirable on the trade market, or, I mean, if that's their prerogative, that they really want to have a more thorough and patient rebuild centered around, say, like a Keaton Wagler, then they've afforded themselves that ability. That's kind of how I take to look at this. Make no mistake, a healthy Darius Garland and Brandon Ingram are extremely talented players, but if they're not trying to, again, expedite a rebuild, they're not trying to skip steps. I like where they're at now because, Zubac to a lesser extent, but definitely Kawhi, Harden, they were depreciating assets. The longer they stay on the team, the less value they would have had. So that's kind of how I look at it.
It's just so incredibly tough to rebuild, like, without your own first-round picks. Like, Caleb, you see it with the Bucks now. Like, with now they don't have Giannis, and they don't have their own pick for the next 5 years.
Yep.
It's incredibly difficult, especially in a small market where just no one historically signs there either.
That's why I think it was super notable that they were able to get Caspers, because it gave them another swing piece in their backcourt.
I agree.
And to be fair, with this new 3-2-1 format, I mean, if Miami is in fact a middling team like we think they're going to be, that actually helps out their cause in terms of their lottery outlook, by way of Miami. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's interesting how you have to kind of navigate all these different facets, but yeah, we'll see how it turns out. But with regards to being like actually competitive, I mean, that is on paper, they are a competitive team. Now, what does that mean? I think they're still kind of like more of in the play-in range. I would say the Clippers, like at best, maybe like kind of closer to 7 and 8, as opposed to being somewhere firmly in the top 6. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, those young guys are eventually supposed to become guys that can, I don't want to say like they build the entire team around, but they should be like, some building blocks to whatever this next good Clippers team will be.
I mean, the fact that they were able to get that Pacers pick was lucky in their favor. I think that afforded them the ability to then make this the year that they kind of hit the reset button.
Yeah.
I think that probably triggered what we're seeing here. Because you're able to, they swung on Wagler. I mean, obviously the same pick was made in our mock, but I mean, I think a consensus across the board, he's a great player, but that's a swing. He's got upside, but he also could, struggle a bit to start.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I agree. I still like Keaton Wagler, but I had like that same kind of trepidation about
At
picking
5,
that
that's a commitment. I mean, in a draft that's like going to be, hyped up as, hey, well, this is one of the best drafts of all time. They had room to maybe go get like, I guess at 5, you could trade out and try and recoup some more assets to be able to try and build around Kawhi still. I mean, there's other moves that they could have made, but, obviously committed with the rebuild. I don't hate it.
So
I like that Kelly is reporting on Kelly. Keep going.
Kelly Iko is reporting on Kelly Oubre.
That's right.
Kelly Oubre plans to meet with the 76ers, Pacers, Blazers, and Lakers, among others. Not surprising. Sixers have his bird rights. Pacers, I know it was already reported that they had mutual interest. Lakers have cap space. That makes sense. And then Blazers, I can't imagine him going to Portland. I just don't think they're going to be able to play him that much with all the wing depth they have. Maybe without Jeremy Grant, like, again, behind Denis and Kamara, he could play some. But I think it's going to be this. I think he's going to return to the Sixers unless Mike Gansey could get his guy, Dean Wade, who obviously has connections to Gansey from the days in Cleveland together.
Yeah.
Because I think Dean Wade's going to take close to the full mid-level, for what it's worth.
I think there are substantial minutes for him if he were to go to the Lakers.
Well, yeah, right now the Lakers have Luka reason $52 million in cap space. So,
well, yeah, but I'm just saying, right? I mean, forget LeBron, but even like Rui likely on the move. So I think that'd be a good opportunity.
Let's talk about them because it seemed likely. I know it was reported yesterday that it's likely Marcus Smart is going to reunite with Ime Udoka and sign with Houston on a 3-year deal. That they said that could happen as soon as free agency starts. That hasn't happened 1 hour in. So maybe they're just slow playing it because they don't want to get hit with tampering fines and lose a second-round pick. But who knows? But if the expectation is Marcus Smart won't be back, I know San Antonio is heavily interested in Rui Hachimura. It's been reported. Like, Rui might not be back. So let's say they have $52 million. They could trade for Cam Johnson from Denver, like we said. Lou Dort, OKC's trying to still shed money. I would love Lou Dort on the Lakers.
I think Lou Dort's definitely a favorite, probably, of the moves.
Yeah. So Lou Dort, Cam Johnson. Maybe you get one of them and then still bring Rui Hachimura back and then sign Mitch Robinson, and that's your offseason. Then you could bring Quinn Grimes or Kelly Oubre into your $9.4 million room exception after you use our cap.
Right.
Like maybe that's what it is. And then the Lakers are rolling out a lineup of Luka, Reeves, Cam Johnson, Rui Hachimura, and Mitch Robinson with Quinn Grimes or Kelly Oubre coming off the bench. Like, that's kind of a disappointing team if that's how they could spend their cap space. Isn't it? Like
100%.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely. Which is why I do feel like they'll be. Doesn't it make more sense for them to be more aggressive?
Well, yeah, that's why I think
no. In general, yes, more aggressive, but in their pursuit of a big.
Well, that's why I think they're going to throw a max at either close to a max.
Kessler and
Doran or Kessler. But yeah, like I think that'd be a very if they strike out on Doran and Kessler and they have to pivot to Mitch Robinson, that's fine. But then all of a sudden, cool, you get Lou Dort or Cam Johnson.
Are they a team that maybe then gets Norman Powell?
Maybe, but again, how much does he fit with Reeves and Luka?
I feel like he's a decent fit. I feel like he plays the 3.
Yeah, maybe. I think he could. A better fit than Kyrie. I understand what Julian was saying with that, but that's like more of a true 3-guard lineup.
Yeah, I like Powell with them. I think there's some other fits with I think there's other maybe you just really reinvest and get Rui back. I mean, he is the greatest 3-point shooter in playoff history.
I mean,
I mean, why not? I mean, at this point, if you don't get your big, I think you go get Rui and Mitch. And it's like, okay, we've filled out part of our lineup. Maybe we can, go get somebody later, at the mid-level. I mean, will they even have that left?
Well, they would have the room mid-level, which is $9.3 million because they're a cap space team. So they wouldn't have. But they're $52 million in cap space. Like you could bring Rui back and bring in Mitch Robinson. So probably, $17 million to spend on someone else.
I mean,
Lou Dort could slide into there.
Yeah, I think Lou Dort could slot into there. You still have guys like Bronny that could potentially, you could clear books even further, you know what I mean, and get trade assets in terms of second-round picks. I don't know if his value is around the first these days, unlikely, but
Yeah.
There's stuff you can do there with LA. The idea of paying Kessler, near a max is like daunting. Like I said, I think the same thing of Duran, but I'd be more willing to fork over the money with Duran, especially if Detroit isn't able to, put up their end. I mean, that's Duran's definitely the crown jewel here of the free agency, which is crazy.
Okay, I'm seeing
It's crazy.
nothing.
It's crazy.
Okay, let's.
Otherwise, I wonder what they could do in the trade
I
market.
think, yeah. I mean, once Duran, once that situation's worked out, I think all the rest of the dominoes will fall into place. There just aren't many options. Like, who else is going to want Mitchell Robinson? I mean, do the Bulls want Mitchell Robinson?
Well, the Bulls are traded for Nick Claxton, but that may open up the opportunity for the Nets. Hey, you're already familiar with New York. We have cap space. We just traded Nick Claxton. We need a center. I think that would be the other team.
I think Robinson to the Nets is realistic. Yeah. I mean,
and the Nets don't have their 2027 first, so they're going to actively be trying to improve their roster.
What about did you say the Blazers? The Blazers got Williams back, right?
Yeah, Time Lord. Which was I know with Target.
Did the numbers on that come out?
It's 3 years.
3 for 44, I think it was. So basically right under the mid-level. I know Boston had interest in Time Lord. But you're paying premium for a big man. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, was he not probably the fourth best? I mean, free agent big man.
He's up. I mean, yeah, you have Doran, Kessler, Mitch, and him probably. Offhand, again, I'm probably missing someone, but
Porzingis technically.
Yeah, but Porzingis, I don't know if you really qualify as a true
guys who really hit the open market as the pure centers. I mean,
yeah,
it's a thin class. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see, to say the least. I thought Zach LaVine picking up his player option was interesting.
Well, interesting in what aspect?
Just it's a lot of money for Zach LaVine.
Well, yeah, that's why I picked it up. I mean,
it's brutal for Sacramento, but it's good for Zach LaVine, I guess. It's good for the LaVine family.
In light of how thin the big man market is, I mean, then could that not motivate teams to be willing to trade for Sabonis?
I mean, I think Sabonis to the Lakers is as a down the road, let's say Pistons match, Jazz match.
If Kessler walks or Duran walks.
No, I'm saying both of them get matched and go home, go back. Kessler goes back to Utah, Duran goes back to Detroit. But I think that's an interesting scenario where I think maybe the Lakers.
Yeah,
I don't know how they'd make the move to go get Sabonis, but that would be. I mean, I've seen crazier things in this free agency already, where teams are taking a super valuable player that they had that was a cornerstone of their team and then moving them for basically nothing, just to clear a huge spot in their salary cap going forward. The Grizzlies just did it. I mean, is Sabonis? I mean, he hasn't been that healthy. How much more valuable is he than John Morant at this point? I think quite a bit, obviously, if you're putting a premium on a big right now this offseason, but still.
So,
yeah.
I mean, it's been reported that Doran, as we said when we first jumped on, Doran is meeting with the Kings in hopes of a sign-and trade. Sabonis would probably be the matching salary going back to Detroit. I don't know if I love Sabonis' fit with the Pistons.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I don't know. I mean, it just depends on his health next year. I think if he comes back and is a dominant rebounder for them, I think, it obviously fills that void. He probably's got a little bit more short roll ability. in terms of playmaking and being able to kick out and generate 3-point looks than Duren does. And then you maybe have some late game.
Stewart, who was really,
and you
not
still
only your
leave
poster,
the offseason without the one thing you came into it looking for, which is to keep your team somewhat together and get shooting. You know what I mean? To get shooting next to Thompson, for sure. I think that was a goal. So, I don't know if they really get that in Sabonis. He's obviously a better shooter than Duren, but
what about the Bulls? Because we talked about the Lakers, what they could potentially do with cap space. We talked about the Nets in terms of like they'll probably just play the restricted free agency route. Maybe they go like Mitch Robinson as well, like something like that. The Bulls have a new front office, new coaching staff, and $44 million roughly to spend.
All right.
They just added Nick Claxton for what it's worth, so that probably leaves a need for a big man. But like, where do they go from here? They have Nick Claxton, they have Caleb Wilson, they have Bruzelis, they have Josh Giddey.
Do they maybe go get do you double down on just like transition offense and and try and get another defender and like Kuminga? Are they a team that throws a bag at Kuminga?
I could see that.
Yeah.
I know it's reported they won Norman Powell. He would slide nicely.
I think Norman Powell is a good fit. But I don't know if them as a franchise are going to go that old with their free agent. With all this cap space, I don't know.
Well, we know Sacramento has coveted Jonathan Kuminga for years as well.
That's right.
So, again, Sacramento had to move Devin Carter just to get out of the second apron, and they're likely going to waive and stretch DeMar DeRozan to get out of the tax. They have so many financial issues, I just don't foresee them having enough money to get Kuminga. But we'll see. The Bulls fascinate me. Like, last year, there's no one else for them to go after, so that's why they're so okay signing Norman Powell and flipping him later.
Yeah, I think the Norman Powell sign and flip later is decent. It's interesting to think about where they could end up if they're just kind of stuck with their cap space in their hand, and maybe they have to end up taking a guy like DeRozan or somebody like that on a flyer.
DeRozan again in Chicago.
Yeah, I know. I think it'd just be funny. What else options do you have? You need
it has been reported that they have interest in
Wilson going to score 20 a game as a rookie. Is that the hopes?
There is speculation that they have interest in Christian Brown. If Denver is trying to shed salary for Bane Watson, that one would make sense as well.
That could be interesting. Yeah, unless they're going for more 6'10" wings, I have to see them going for shooting as well. They're a team that, needed to leave with rim protection and shooting this offseason. They got it done with Claxton. I like the Claxton move, for what's available, this offseason, like we've talked about so many times. But Braun would be good. Braun would be a good ad.
Okay. We are now joined by Andrew Schaefer. Sorry, guys. I'm eating almonds. I'm choking while I'm talking.
No worries.
What's up?
Andrew, what's up?
What's up?
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Conrad and Caleb and Julian when they each came in.
Sure.
What move has been the biggest surprise to you thus far that you've seen? It doesn't have to be like after 6 o'clock. I'm saying in general.
Yeah. I think I would start with Ja. I think you guys kind of hit it.
We did. But
I knew he was going to, obviously we all knew he was going to get traded.
Yeah.
We all knew that. But what he went for was downright disrespectful, to be honest.
Okay.
And look, I'm the biggest Ja hater. Like, anyone who knows me knows I am not a fan of Ja Morant. Okay. But the fact of the matter is, this guy was an all-star, all-NBA player, and he basically went for an overpaid contract and a scrub. And there wasn't even draft compensation. This is bad. Ja Morant has to fix his reputation. So if I'm him in Portland, the goal is I need to fix myself. I don't know how he does that, but he's got to, because it's bad. For Portland, I don't get this at all. Why are you overloading on guards? with Scoot, Shaden Sharp, Morant, Holiday, and Dame. Dame's coming off the Achilles. I don't know what he's going to be. At the end of the day, Dame's not a winner. He's a ball dominant scorer. Ja Morant is, I don't know what he is. You got Drew Holiday, who's old. I like Drew Holiday. He's just older. Shaden Sharp, I thought they were going to move him by now. It hasn't happened. And Scoot Henderson is going to need a new contract at some point here in the, what is it? He's an RFA after next year?
After this year.
This year. Right. Okay. So he needs a new contract. So I just, the Ja thing is just hilarious to me. It's just funny. Because Conrad and I were talking about this offline, just how low Ja's value was. It was literally zero. Like, there's just no way to describe it.
Addition by subtraction.
No, 100%. That's what it was. No, that's what it was. And listen, I'm a Jeremy Grant guy. Like, he went to my school. Like, I'm a big supporter of Jeremy Grant. Like, I just think the guy's on a bad contract. I don't think he's a bad player. I just think he's on a bad deal. Like, he didn't sign the deal. His agent did. And the GM did. So, you know.
I mean, technically, he did sign it.
No, well, you know what I mean, though. Like, but I think that one was a little surprising. I think LaMelo kind of came out of nowhere. I love it for Charlotte. Like, I love what Jeff Peterson's done. Like, I've said all along, I am not a LaMelo believer. I think he's really talented. Like, don't misunderstand me. He's one of the most offensively gifted players in the league. The efficiency scares me. The defense scares me. The injuries scare me. Like, there's just something there I don't like. He could prove us all wrong and win a championship, and then then they won the trade. But I like Naz Reid for Charlotte. I do. Like, I think Charlotte needed size in the worst way. He could play both the 4 and the 5. He provides toughness. I love the Steinbach pick. I'm a big fan of his. I love Christian Anderson. Steve knows how much I love Christian Anderson. Like, I'm a believer. I love what he's done. So I like what Charlotte's done. Ja was definitely a little surprising. I am happy, though, that Minnesota dumped Randall. Because I don't think that was ever going to work. Ever. Like, as a Knicks fan who watched Julius Randle is a ball-dominant player who thinks at times he's the best player on the team. That does not work when you're next to Anthony Edwards. Hell no, that doesn't work. He needs to be in a rebuild situation where he raises the floor. So I actually love his fit in Brooklyn. I do. I don't love the player, but it's going to be interesting to watch Michael Brown, Michael Porter Jr., and Julius Randle together. That's going to be interesting with one basketball. It's going to be something. Let me see what else. Yeah, Ja. I think Ja definitely took the cake for me.
We have another signing. This is one we kind of speculated.
We do.
Rob Murs tweeted Marcus Smart is going to the Rockets.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's not
So
that
we
surprising.
already talked about the likelihood of that, given just what the reporting's been. But yeah, it seems like he is reuniting with former coach Ime Udoka. Let me see.
So, Conrad, I actually was thinking the same thing because I followed Rob Murrows for like a minute, and I have no idea if this guy's legit or if this is like Shams' burner account. Like, I'm trying to figure this guy out. I don't know if he's legit, but I think everything he said has been legit.
He's been saying he's been pretty good.
Spot on.
Yeah. So I think this is legit.
The other thing I didn't like, I think Caleb touched on it, was Trae Young's contract. I can't. That is an awful deal for the Wizards. Terrible. How do you give him a player option in year 4? He's worse. This contract is worse than De'Aaron Fox.
And on top of that, the timing of the contract, you did it well before free agency started. You did it well before the Giannis trade.
Oh my God.
So who are you really bidding against? Nobody was willing to make a big move like that at that time. Having said that, I still would not give it to him. I mean, that's just me. But I mean,
well, it's funny. I was listening to Game Theory with Sam Vecini, and him and Bryce were talking about, like, which point guard would you rather have, LaMelo, Trae Young, or Ja Morant? Like, I don't even know where you start.
Throw Austin Reeves in there.
Well, he's a
I take Austin Reeves over those 4.
Yeah, I asked because obviously he signed the 4 for 185.
Right. No, I take Austin Reeves. I would, seriously. I as sad as that is for me, I would take Reeves.
If it was just those 3 point guards, I'd go LaMelo.
Me too.
I'd probably go LaMelo. I think with Reeves in the conversation, they're close.
Yes, I agree.
They're
I
close.
agree. Ja's at the bottom. It's like so far in the hole. Like he can't even get himself out.
So, real quick, Caleb, before I have you head out, obviously, you've been with us since we started the show almost 2 hours ago, so we appreciate you obviously taking the time.
Yeah.
Rob Murrows, my favorite part about this graphic is that it just says breaking Rob Murrows. It doesn't say anything about Mark. It's just a picture of Marcus Smart. It's breaking Rob Murrows.
Steve, maybe you should learn the graphics from him.
Andrew, do you see my Photoshop of Kawhi Leonard?
I saw it.
I Photoshopped this.
I saw it. I'm sure you did.
Okay. Caleb, where can everyone find you?
I'm still doing stuff at On the Clock Basketball. I'll definitely, be more active and, coaching a little bit for the last, year and 2 years, actually, 2.5 years, coaching AAU high school basketball. But I'm start diving back into more of the content space, try to stay busy these days. It's a busy time of year. Thank you guys for having me.
Caleb, thank you for coming on.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Yep, take care.
So we are joined by, let me add.
By the way, I just want to clear up one thing before you make the intro.
Sure.
The when we were doing the draft, the live draft, the where I was, the war room was completely peaceful. I just want to make that clear because I know there was some talk about whether it was very peaceful. They all did, especially Caleb and Julian, because I know there was a lot of back and forth. They were very peaceful. I just want to make that clear.
We have Josh Roll, obviously contributor Center Hub. They aren't at the same level, but the LaMelo trade reminds me a lot of 2000s Kings. Jason Williams for Mike Bibby. Trade fund for consistency.
Yeah, I see what he's saying. I mean, I understand that, but LaMelo Ball compared to Jason Williams is like night and day.
Yeah.
And I love Jason Williams, but LaMelo is so the talent level's through the roof for LaMelo.
So let's bring in someone who could talk more about the LaMelo trade from a Timberwolves perspective. That is in his Timberwolves jersey.
Wow, repping the gear, huh?
Exactly, Dean.
Yeah.
And for what it's worth, Andrew, Josh said he's not comparing the players, but
I
he's talking about the concept of the trade.
No, I got you.
Yeah, I got you. Zach, how are you doing today?
Doing great. We're in an awesome birthday present last week for my parents. I love these classic jerseys from the Timberwolves, and yeah, I mean, just a really exciting week for Minnesota.
What was a better birthday present, the jersey or the LaMelo Ball trade?
The LaMelo Ball trade.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah, no, I was a pretty big fan of that. I mean, we talk about Minnesota needing a guard pretty badly over these last few years, and I mean, you look at all half of their clutch losses probably over the last 3 seasons. It's like the offense is super stagnant. There's not a guy who's breaking down the defense and creating advantages much for others. Now Ant can play more of a shooting guard, role instead of having to be this playmaker, and takes a little usage off his hands, which kind of maybe led to some of his injuries this past year. But yeah, I mean, obviously there's some current concerns with can LaMelo stay healthy. I'm hoping that the minutes restriction that Charlotte put on him last year is something that Minnesota could continue, and that could continue to work. But yeah, I mean, I think they traded less than I thought they were going to have to deal to get Ball. I think it was obviously it sucks to lose Naz Reid. He's a really fun, still somewhat youngish player. He turns 27 soon. I thought it was a good price for a 24-year-old, former All-Star guard.
So the way I phrased it to Caleb was that the Hornets, being they sold high. Like LaMelo hasn't been healthy this year. They're capitalizing on basically a borderline All NBA season that he had. So Charlotte may be thinking, his value may never be higher, all that. But that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting concept from the Hornets' perspective because they clearly didn't think that this roster could win it all, so they pivoted really early off of it, which is interesting. And I give them some credit for doing that, but I also think at the same time that recent 4-month stretch was probably their best in franchise history. And I think there are teams in the NBA where you can have a great season if you make the playoffs and contend to be a top 6 seed compared to win it all. And I don't know. I think the Wolves offer would have been there next summer too, if not been even more. I think the Wolves would be more desperate coming off of probably another playoff, loss to the Spurs or Thunder next year if they don't acquire Ball. I mean, they still could for sure this year, but this gives them a more of a chance, I think, to beat those top teams.
So let me ask you this: are you concerned at all about the lack of size now, giving up Randall and Reed? And are you comfortable with McDaniels at the 4? Because that's likely going to be the case. Is Jaden McDaniels playing the 4, Edwards probably at the 3, and then DeSumo and LaMelo? Do you have any concern with lack of size up front for them moving forward when everyone else is going big, like you have Hartenstein and Holmgren and Wemby and all these other guys?
A little bit, kind of, yeah. I mean, I'm not trying super hard to get a traditional power forward or anything. The Knicks and Spurs didn't really have that,
right?
But yeah, I mean, I'd like a little bit more size. I do like the idea of Jaden guarding players closer to the rim because honestly, Jaden's an unbelievable point of attack defender, but he's at his best when he's a weak side rim protector and blocking shots at the basket. He's unbelievable at that. But yeah, I think the biggest concern is right now you're going to have Ant play down the lineup, which I think he can do. I think he can guard a lot of power forwards. I think Ant, when he needs to be, is an awesome defender, but he's going to need to return to 2024 defensive form. I don't think he was very awesome defensively last year. I think that's a big part of that is just because he was asked to do so much on offense. But yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, Minnesota finds a way to acquire a nice power forward to slide AO to the bench.
So do you have also, obviously they bring LaMelo in. We all agree this was an all-in move for them. They had no choice really because I think the Wolves were afraid that Edwards was going to ask out at some point here in the next year or two. That was maybe a concern for them. Do you think it's a title or bust scenario for them now? I mean, I know Oklahoma City and San Antonio are tough to beat, obviously, given their assets and what they have. Is it title or bust with LaMelo? Is that the way the fans are treating it, or how do you look at it that way with them?
Kind of, I guess. I mean, what I would say is, I think conference finals is probably the real, if we can make the conference finals, I don't think we're going to have to really worry about, big blow up concerns.
Right.
I hope that they give this core another chance if they can't get it done this year, because I mean, it's so hard to win a title in the league.
Oh yeah.
Especially in the Western Conference when you're already you already know who you're going to be playing at the top in San Antonio and OKC, and then maybe another team emerges. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely title or bust within the next half decade range is what I would hope that this core gets. Just keep, I mean, what I always say with the team is keep putting yourself in a position to get lucky in the playoffs, be that level of good. And I think Minnesota has, done that. I think their best chance to win a title was in 24, and they had a really, really bad series against Dallas. They should have won that series. They blew many fourth quarter leads. But yeah, just put themselves in a spot to get lucky.
Okay, we have a comment from Joey Felix. He wanted to know if now that Bones Highland has signed his deal, can they still afford LeBron if they could potentially get him? And Zach, he said, I'm assuming he's talking to you. He's a big fan of your content.
Yeah, I just saw. So I was kind of surprised Bones didn't get a little more than the minimum, but that was pretty nice. I thought he was gonna get 2 years, 10 or something, but yeah. So now Minnesota can get another minimum player and use their full tax MLE, which is 6.1, and stay just under the second apron. Which I guess that's enough for LeBron, but ultimately it's does LeBron want to come here or not? I don't think the money part matters as much. My guess is a soon to be 42-year-old is not going to come to Minnesota to spend a year away from his family. So I'm not really trying to get my hopes up. Even he's my favorite player of all time. I would go absolutely nuts if we got him, but I'm not expecting it at all.
Yeah, and Zach alluded to it. the Timberwolves are hard capped at the second apron, so they cannot surpass the second apron threshold. So, yeah. Golden State, as we talked about earlier for LeBron, they are at least trying to open up the full mid-level, which is $15 million in order to sign LeBron. Cleveland, it just might have to be a minimum unless there's a signing trade to be had, or Cleveland dumps other guys. But
I
yeah,
hope he goes to Cleveland. I mean, I want him to be in Cleveland pretty bad. I mean, send the good players to the East is kind of
No, I don't want him. Are you serious? I don't want him in Cleveland.
Yes, you do.
No, well, I don't really care. The Knicks just won a championship. I could care less now, but
You guys need some more players over there.
so I didn't open this article, but Sam Amick from The Athletic. Tobias Harris is talking to 5 teams. Jalen Duren is scheduled to meet with the Lakers. Now he's at 4 p.m. Pacific with 7 p.m. Eastern, and the Kings at 5. So he should be finishing up his meeting with the Lakers to then talk with the Kings.
boy, how depressing is that? You go from the Lakers to the Kings. Oh my god. Oh, jeez.
I mean, frankly, he'd probably take as many meetings as he could to
Oh, yeah.
drive up
It's
his
all-
leverage.
It's all leverage, 100%. I agree. It's all leverage for him. I'd be surprised if he doesn't go back to Detroit.
Does it list where Tobias is taking, or which teams Tobias is taking meetings?
That
with?
was going to be my question.
like to
Let me
know
take a
that.
look. I'll open it.
I want to
Yeah,
see
I-
if a Minnesota
Steven,
team
we have a free agent signing. You didn't put it up on this big screen.
I mean, it's not a massive signing.
Well,
Are you
it's
talking
exciting.
about the one Shane said?
Yes.
Okay. Bear with me, right?
So, did he even play much for them for the previous team? Right, he didn't. Right, he just sat there.
He played a little bit, but
Right, but
given
not
the
when it.
needed size, yeah, he was a two-way guy.
Right. Okay, thought so. Yeah, I mean, listen, Portland's active. I mean, give them credit; they're active. I mean, listen, they get Ja Morant, they signed
he's
Bob.
gonna be the fourth big because they have Klingon, obviously. They re-signed Tom Lord, and they have Yang Hansen.
Freaking love this. This center rotation is awesome, dude.
This is Conrad's new favorite team is Portland. Oh my god! Listen, they're going to be interesting. Like I don't really know what to think of them right now because their roster's kind of all over the place, but they're at least like trying to do something. Like I give them credit. You know, like they're not just sitting there with all their assets. They're like trying. It's an interesting composition. I can tell you that. It's quite fascinating.
For Tobias Harris, the source that told The Athletic spoke with anonymity. So, they
Wow, how
literally
original.
didn't even disclose any of the teams. They said those ongoing negotiations.
Right. Well,
So we have
You got
another
Kobe
one.
Sanders signing
Kobe Sanders. Well,
4 years, 11 with Clippers.
so he re-signed.
yeah.
Figures.
But they declined his team option to re-sign him, basically.
Right, but
Ron
he's
Jones from The Athletic had meetings with a couple of teams that's headed to another meeting. It doesn't say with who.
But did you guys see that? So I don't know if you guys saw this. TMZ recorded him in the airport.
I did see that.
Kessler was in the airport, and the TMZ guy goes up to him and goes, "How do you like LA?" And he's like, "It's great." I'm like, what?
Nice.
The guy just got off the plane. What are you asking him that for? I mean, listen, if it was up to Walker Kessler, he'd be leaving Utah right now. But it's not up to him. At the end of the day, he's an RFA. So, but I'm pretty convinced the Lakers are going to end up with one of Duren, Kessler, or Mitchell Robinson. I'd be pretty surprised if they don't end up with one of those three.
Which one of those guys do you think you would want if you're the Lakers? Because those are, I mean, Mitchell Robinson maybe not a crazy long term one, but
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a
'cause
good question.
if you're buying Jalen Duren, like that's, you know, you're gonna probably pay him to be your second best player. I mean, you'd have Austin Reeves under contract too, but that's a lot of money.
I agree. I mean, I think they've always been connected to Kessler, so I think he's probably a better fit for them if I had to guess. Like Duren, my concern is I wouldn't overpay Duren. Like I'd be very careful paying him. Like I actually think what Detroit's doing underpaying him may not be the worst thing. But listen, I watched enough of Mitchell Robinson to know like he's a 20-minute center who's going to get hurt if he plays more than that. Like that's just the reality. The injuries, the lack of free throws. He broke his hand off the court, punching a wall, basically. So me personally, like Mitchell Robinson is a elite backup.
He's
Not a
a
starter.
perfect fit where he's at in New York. I think he's
Correct.
I mean, we'll see. Like, I think that just makes
Yeah.
a lot of sense for him to turn there. I think that's a great spot.
Yeah, the issue is the money, right? It's just,
Yeah.
for the first time in Mitchell Robinson's career, he has a chance to get paid. So it's like, do you take the money and just like take the payday, or do you actually want to win another potentially? And I'm not saying the Knicks are going back to back, but have a chance to win another one. I don't know. I think it's interesting. Like, how it is. Players want money, and we'll see. I'd love to have him back with the Knicks. It'd be great. Obviously, then we don't have to go sign Kevon Looney, or sorry, Conrad, or or go out and sign Nick Richards, or
Yeah.
at that point, I'd rather just try to get Yavid VC out of New Orleans. At that point, like that would be my pick, or Moussa Diabate in Charlotte would be my other option. He's a little bit smaller, but I think VC would be like the ideal fit for them if they could get their hands on him. But I don't know. The ownership's kind of a mess with the Knicks right now, so I don't know. We'll see.
So I just had this tweet on the screen. I'm going to put it back up real quick. The Jazz have recently made an offer $27 million in AAV and a take it or leave it 5-year only structure for Walker Kessler.
Huh.
I mean, I know the Lakers, Bulls, and Nets we allude to as the 3 cap space teams. Maybe the Lakers give him more than that. But like $27 million a year is going to make him, I think, the 8th highest paid center in the NBA.
So you're saying 5 years, take it or leave it. So like just no options one way or the other? Is that what they're trying to say?
I would assume so, based on that, yeah. Based on the way Jake Fisher worded that, I would say yes. But
Yeah.
I mean, 27 million is a pretty good number.
Legit.
He is
I mean,
legit, yeah.
Friend of the Bird Rights Pod, Jake Fisher.
Go ahead, Zach.
Kessler's got so much leverage on Utah because like they're like a really projectable team to make a jump next year, but you kind of need Walker Kessler because we already know like what Jaren Jackson is if he's at the 5. Like that just doesn't work. And you didn't take Cam Boozer, obviously, so you can't just like say, okay, well, Cam Boozer is gonna, rebound with Jaren in the front court. It's Peterson. So I don't know. They're kind of in the spot where you got to pay him a ton of money, and I think it makes sense for the Lakers as well. I mean, from the Lakers, I'm being very careful. I mean, I'm not trying to pay Duren personally. I think Kessler makes a lot more sense on the defensive end because
What I said, yeah.
yeah, like Doncic and Reeves are, not the best backcourt defensively in the row, and and they don't really have an elite defender, especially if they lose Marcus Smart. I mean, that's gonna be bad.
Yep.
So I mean, ton of leverage here for Walker.
No, I agree. I mean, I think he's the best fit of the 3. Just because Duren showed. I mean, I know Duren's young, like believe me, but when you go into the playoffs and you perform the way he did, it's not a good look. I don't care how it's not a good look. You just can't pay Mitchell Robinson to start. I think they have to try to get Kessler, the Lakers. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But I think you got to at least give it a shot. I mean, got to at least try.
All in do you think the Lakers can be or intend to be this upcoming season? I know that kind of sounds like a very thank you for answer it.
Yeah, I do. I think this is a step back here for the Lakers. I do.
Okay, see.
I personally don't like they need another star. Like I like Austin Reeves, okay? Good offensive player, but like he has his issues. Like we all know that. Like I think the thing they're doing is they're keeping an eye on Denver with Jokic right now. They're keeping an eye out. They're saying, okay, Jokic hasn't signed the extension yet. He's trying to see what Denver's going to do with their roster. I think we all know Denver's financially like screwed at the moment. They're trying to potentially move Aaron Gordon, maybe Jamal Murray. Like if I'm Jokic, I'm not signing that extension until I see what's on the table there with the roster. And if not, I could go to LA and go play with Luka whenever that happens. So I think the Lakers need another star. Until that happens, I'm not really sold on them personally.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like you have to make some free agent signings, right, to make it a competitive team that can make the postseason. But I'm not like trying to go all in on like a $40 million free agent like Duren or like if Kessler gets really high, because then you have like 75-80% of your cap going to 3 guys. and those like you have to have those guys like fitting together really well. And I think especially if it's Jalen Duren, that just does not make sense to me. So like, yeah, I think you might have to take almost a gap year, like you said, and make sure you have the right pieces around Luka long term, or you're not going to be able to come out of the West and like compete with the top teams.
Yeah. So to answer your question, Conrad, like if you're asking me where I rank the Lakers in the West, I think they're like at best fifth. I really don't think they're better than that.
Yeah.
Right now, there's only 2 starters on their roster. Like you need to kind of
Correct.
yeah.
Right. But I'm saying, like, if you look at the West, right, you have OKC, San Antonio, Minnesota. That's top 3. I think we all agree there.
Denver, 4 until
Denver, and then Golden State, if LeBron goes there, is 5. And then you have Houston. I don't know what they're going to do. Utah's going to get better.
I think Utah's better than them.
Me too. No, I agree. So the Lakers are now a play-in team at that point.
Thanks.
Like, they're a play-in team with Luka. Like, that's crazy. But I said this to Corbin a while ago. I think Rob Pelinka might be the worst GM in the league. Like, he's up there. Up there.
Once Nico Harrison got removed, he's up there, yeah.
Correct. All the guy does is put on a pair of aviators and think he's a Hollywood celebrity. He's terrible. He doesn't know what he's doing.
I mean, imagine that he didn't get bailed out with that Luka trade where they'd be at right now.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, tough sledding.
Yeah, it's interesting because again, right? Like, I mean, the cap space, the window to use this cap space is a little finite, right? Like it's not the NFL. This doesn't carry over. So, and that's why I'm asking, like, how close, like, can they or should they make like that big move? But again, I guess what we're talking about, right?
I guess that's my question. Who's the guy? Right? It's like,
because it can't be Jokic yet. It's
no,
good.
I agree.
It's one thing to monitor the situation, but
right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, do they then try to like pry away an Aaron Gordon? As we were talking about, like there's a lot of ambiguity in their front court. Or I was thinking like, man, if they really think that they're closer to contending, like, earlier before you hopped on, Andrew, we were trying to find a new home for Joel Embiid. If you want to go the Kawhi route, we just need one healthy season out of you.
Oh my God. I think I'd rather just be bad.
Because at that point, right, for Embiid, it's just cap space. Right?
Right.
Relatively cheaper.
Yeah. I mean, I think Embiid is a risk, as we know, but I mean, when he plays, he's elite. Problem is when he plays. So,
right.
Yeah, I think it's a step back year for them. I do. And then I think next year is more the year where you kind of have to reassess where you're at. Because let's face it, they have cap space in the wrong year. That's just what it is. Like they have
the top 3 agents.
Correct. But I'm saying though, like having $52 million available when there's no one on the market is a problem.
Which is why, right? Should they be more aggressive than in the trade market? Like a Michael Porter
probably.
Jr.? Like a Michael Porter Jr.? They want to do that or something?
Lou Dort and Cam Johnson, baby.
Right. Like Lou Dort makes sense to me for the Lakers.
Yeah.
Like that's something I could see happening.
It's an expiring deal too. Like I think Lou Dort makes a ton of sense. They need that perimeter
100%.
defender expiring because I mean you can keep him long term if you want to. Just pay him next off season. But yeah, I think it's gonna be really interesting to see how the Lakers operate this off season.
Like the fact that right now Bronny James is your 6th man kind of tells you all you need to know about where they are. Like it's pretty bad. So we'll see. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they operate because this is a fan base that's used to winning, and they're not doing any of that. So, especially losing LeBron, they're definitely not doing any of that.
Andrew, rank the East. You just said the West.
Oh boy.
So like it's difficult because Detroit was a 1 seed. We don't even know how Detroit's going to do.
Yeah, it's difficult because rosters aren't done, right? So I think you have to put the Knicks 1 because of they won. It's just like a default type thing. And the Knicks are basically running it back outside of Robinson, as far as we know.
They're 1 until proven otherwise.
Correct.
And Boston probably is too, even though Jaylen Brown, we don't know yet.
I gotta tell you, I really like Toronto. I'm intrigued by Toronto. Like Kawhi Leonard and Scotty Barnes are interchangeable, lanky guys. I love Colin Murray-Boyles with them. Quickly and Barrett. Like Barrett is a third option I kind of like. Like I've always liked him as a third, fourth guy, not a second guy. Now he can be a third, fourth guy.
Right.
The key for them is going to be total. What do you get out of him on that contract? And quickly, what do you get out of him on his contract? Those are the two glaring issues for me, are those two dudes, are quickly and total. But I love the coach. Like Darko is a great hire. Like I think everyone had no idea what to expect. He was really good. And they should have beaten Cleveland in the first round last year. So I like Toronto personally. Like, would I be surprised if they finish second? No, because the East it's interesting. Like you said, like Detroit, like, I don't know what they're going to do. Maybe sign Norm Powell. That's probably what I'm kind of looking at the moment, probably for them. I'm assuming Duran's going to be there, you know? Boston, like, how awkward is it if Jaylen Brown's going back to Boston? Like, are we going to get a tape? Are we going to get sit in a dark room and like have a meeting? Like, what are we doing there? So like, that's an issue. Indiana, I think everyone's expecting to like get back into championship contention. I haven't seen Halliburton play off an Achilles tear. I don't know what he's going to do.
I mean, Indiana, assuming now that they have Zubac, is going to be back to being a top.
They're good.
You would imagine,
no, they're good, but it's hard to find championship chemistry after tanking for a year. Like, it's not the easiest thing to do. I think Cleveland's going to regress. I've said this for a while. I think they're going to regress. I don't think they have a clue what they're doing. But unless they get LeBron, that's like the only way I think they have a shot.
We have Aaron Washington from No Trade Calls coming on in a couple of minutes. He's a Miami Heat guy, so I'm interested to hear his perspective.
Yeah.
Norm Powell, they literally cannot sign because they're hard capped at the first apron. How do they, build this team around Giannis and Bam?
Well, I think I think for them, I think Conrad said it earlier. I mean, they have to convince guys to sign minimum deals. That's just what it is. Like Pat Riley's got to pull all these strings. Like, hey, we won a bunch of rings to get. Pat Riley's going to say, hey, I've won a bunch of rings. I know what I'm doing. Spoelstra's going to say, hey, I've won a ring or two. I know what I'm doing. Come sign for league minimum. We can do it together. That's his selling pitch right now.
What if LeBron goes back to Miami instead of Cleveland?
Then that changes things. But I don't think LeBron's going there because he wants to get his money and go on his retirement tour. So
where's he getting his money from?
Probably Conrad's team.
I mean, money. It's a $15 million mid-level. That's not like it.
Right. No. Yeah, of course.
The guy's a billionaire. I really don't think he cares much about money at this point.
No, but to answer your question, though, I would say Knicks, Detroit, Toronto, Boston. I really like Atlanta's team. I don't know why Julian was shitting on the Hawks. I like Atlanta. I do. Like, the only thing they're missing is a superstar player. And I think they're hoping it's Kingston Flemings. Like, they're hoping.
Well, they're hoping it's Jalen Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that he gets there. Like, he's really good, but I don't know that he's going to be a 1A. I don't know that. We don't know, obviously. But, like, you put CJ McCollum, Kingston Flemings. Now you add Zubi Ejiofor, who I loved. Obviously, I covered him, but I loved him in the draft.
You're biased.
I am. I'll admit it. I have no problem admitting it. Like, but Atlanta's good. Like, Atlanta's a solid team. I think ONC Salah's done a nice job with this group. Yeah, that's what I would say. I mean, Miami's interesting, but I don't know what they're going to put together. So,
well, they have Tim Hardaway Jr. now, who fixed the spacing, according to Shane, or according to Chris.
Right.
Though I do like Tim Hardaway Jr. on that $6.5 million contract for what it's worth. Like, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good value. Zach, you're only with us for a couple more minutes. Is there any other moves you wanted to discuss while we have you?
Yeah, I think the John Morant one's really interesting because I think it's be really interesting to see how Portland basically adds like 40% usage to the roster next year with the insertion of Dame and Morant. I really do not like that this maybe means they trade Holiday. Also, like Scoot either should be asking for a trade or a contract now, because he's not going to have a crazy role if they keep four guards like that. But I don't love how this might be taking the ball out of Denny's hands a bit. It's all of a sudden they were kind of like this team that was building off of like physicality, really high level defense, and now I don't even know if they can be a top 10 defense when you have Morant and Lillard starting, and then Shaden Sharp playing a big role as well. No matter how good Kamara and Klingon and Holiday are, like those guys kind of even it out almost. So I mean, while it was like crazy low price to get a 2-time All-Star guard, it's really confusing to me what they're going to do with the rest of the roster still.
Yeah, no,
I
Portland's been the one
agree.
that everyone's been talking about for what it's worth.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
On the stream.
I mean, I think that's a really good point. I remember, when Dame was with Milwaukee, we talked about that often, right? Where the offensive gains definitely did not outweigh how much they took a step back defensively. So I mean, yeah, you have a Dame coming off of his injury with Ja, who's never really had much of a defensive reputation. I mean, yeah, it really does potentially change the identity of that team. And then again, we're talking about like Scoot, but I feel like Drew, all the more now, Drew should be a big candidate to be on the move. I think he's a type of player that a lot of championship contending teams would covet, assuming they can find a way to accommodate his contract. But
I still think Jaylen Brown's the move to be had there for what it's worth.
So we're sending Drew back to Boston.
Drew, well, initially it could have been Jeremy Grant, but yeah, Drew, Scoot, and either Kamara or Shaden Sharp for Jaylen Brown and Sam Hauser, and then Portland has those Bucks picks. They can whatever picks they have enough picks to make it work. That's what it would be. Then you're rolling with Dame, Ja, Jaylen Brown, Denis, and Klingon. That is a really good team, an intriguing team.
Yeah. I mean, Morant deal, good value, but like the roster is like so weird now. Yeah. And it's like, I don't know. Are you going to be able to win a high leverage playoff series against a team like Minnesota or even like a Denver with those guys guarding? So that's kind of the big thing.
It's kind of the move before the move that we talked about like earlier. Like, there's no way they're going to go into their season with those 5 guards.
Yeah.
But Zach, we have Dino Runs here. This may be more of a my question since I'm more the cap guy. But Josh Green, if they salary dump him in his 14 mil, does that open up the $15 million mid-level exception? It would get them close. Because I'm looking here, they're about, before the Bones Highland signing, they were $2.4 million over the first apron. Using the full anything more than taxpayer mid-level, hard caps you at the first apron. So they would probably need to make a subsequent move to open up the full $15 million mid-level. Yeah. But it would open up the taxpayer mid-level, which is $6 million. If that
helps. I don't think they'll do that. I think, Green's like a fine player. He's definitely not worth the money, but also like Minnesota does not have contracts really like this. Like they have Dante. Yeah. It's like at the trade deadline, I think that's a great contract to have. And there's going to be a lot of teams. Like look at how competitive the NBA is. Look at how many teams. Like, count the amount of teams that are actually bad next year. It's not going to be many. And then there's going to be a lot of teams that underwhelm expectations. I think there's going to be teams that are going to try to dump off money because they're a lot worse than they expected and want maybe $15 million expiring instead of a guy who's making that money for a few more years. So Minnesota, I think, could be a team that holds on to the Green deal and looks at the deadline and uses that as an asset.
Yeah. Maybe to acquire a power forward. Though I like Jaden McDaniels as a potential starting forward, given they moved off Randall and Nazrid. Zach, anything you want to promote before you sign off?
Oh, not really. Just follow the Instagram Teals Country. I post over there daily. Excited to see how the Wolves finalize this roster. But yeah, thank you guys for joining. For letting me join you guys. It was awesome.
Zach, we appreciate you for coming on. And we'll have to see what happens, with the Timberwolves in terms of filling out the rest of this roster.
Absolutely. All right. See you guys.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you, Zach.
All right, bud.
So we now have, from No Trade Clause, Aaron Washington. Aaron is a Miami Heat fan, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, let's talk about Giannis. We've been talking about Giannis from like the perspective of how do they build this team around build this team that they have. Because Norm Powell, Aaron, as you know, they're hard capped at the first apron. Odds are he's not coming back unless they were to basically salary dump Nikola Jovic. So we saw the Tim Hardaway Jr. That was their taxpayer mid-level. Where do they sort of go to fill out the remainder of this roster, in your opinion?
Well, they've taken the first step already today, signing THJ to that 1-year contract. So I think that's the direction they're going in, and they should go in, trying to get more shooters, more spacing around Giannis. So getting Fontecchio back was a good move, I think. A cheap reserve, fill out the bench, provide some spacing there. Getting THJ, they're kind of following that same pattern, going and get him as well. If I'm the Heat front office, I'm looking to get more offensive production in the backcourt along with Giannis and Bam, because as it stands right now, they don't have a ton of that. You look at Drew Smith, Davion Mitchell, players like that, and it's like they're solid, but they're not going to offer you a ton of shot creation. They're more of the kind of gritty defensive guys. So I'm hoping they can find a way to get Anthony Simons on that roster as well. Another guy that can create his own shot, hit the long ball. He can do a little bit on his own in terms of self-creation, which Fontecchio and Hardaway Jr. are really doing that very much. They need guys to set them up. So they'll be a good fit next to Giannis. The drive and kick game will be nice. Also, screen in like flares and things like that. Popping onto the perimeter will be good. But I think they should continue to fill out that backcourt. Get a little bit more depth there. Maybe, get another wing or two to kind of fill out that roster. So I think they're on the right track. They're kind of doing what I would do in their position. I think it's kind of a no-brainer. THJ was rumored to sign with them before today. They already had Fontecchio in the mix. So, from here, it's just getting a couple more guys. And then they are going to need to rely on a little bit of more development from Jovic because he had a really down year last year. But I'm not completely out on him. I remember Jaime Jaquez a couple years ago had a really down year before he bounced back last season and then upped his value and was in that Giannis trade. So I think one more season to kind of evaluate him is good. Obviously last year was tough, but if he could find a way to at least be a rotation level player for Miami, I think that's all they need at this point. They don't need him to be anybody that reinvents the wheel or provides a crazy amount of offensive production, but, just reliable presence as a 4 or maybe small ball 5 off the bench. But I like what they're doing so far. I think they should just continue to go in that direction. And hopefully they could have their guys healthy for the majority of the season, because even when they're done, they're not going to have an amazing level of depth. So they're really going to need to rely on their main guys to get them through the season. But I like what they've been doing. I think they're on the right track in terms of building out the roster for next season.
I know it's been reported that Duncan Robinson as well could potentially, if he's a casualty in Detroit, come back, provide some more shooting to Miami. Real quick, this one just popped up. It's not an official signing or anything. Wizards have no plans of trading Anthony Davis. Obviously, there's been the speculation that LeBron, if he were to join the Warriors once, whether it's LeBron wanting it or Rich Paul wanting it, we don't know. But the speculation is that Anthony Davis and LeBron would go to the Warriors together to play alongside Steph and Draymond. I think Mark Spears reported this earlier today that the Wizards just do not have any intention of trading Anthony Davis, for what that's worth. Conrad, anything to add? I mean, like, you're the Warriors guy, so do you have anything to add, or just kind of wait to see what happens?
No, I mean, with Anthony Davis, I mean, again, I don't know who's, potentially like kind of posturing or whatever. I mean, I'm sure every team wants what's, the best possible return for them. But with the Wizards, again, we talked about earlier with the Trae Young extension. It seems like I'm sure they have a plan, but a lot of their moves, at least right now, until like everything's finalized, some of them seem a little bit contradictory or counterproductive to what they've stated they want to do, like long term. So, I mean, hey, if they have every intention of not just moving forward with Anthony Davis, but offering him that contract extension that he said he wants, then more power to them, But if they're not, then I understand where he's coming from in terms of like trying to find another team that would be willing to give him that Should that be the Warriors? From a Warriors fans perspective, I'm not necessarily enthusiastic about that idea. So that's why, I'm totally cool. If they want to move forward with LeBron and then fill out the roster in different ways, that's totally cool. Obviously, if the Warriors were to acquire Anthony Davis, Jimmy Butler would have to be the matching salary. I still think that they should use Jimmy Butler's matching salary and some draft capital to try to flip it again for guys on teams who could, maybe rebuilding teams, guys that have, veteran guys who could be playable depth for the Warriors. I don't think they should be sitting on Jimmy's expiring because I'm not really sure, if or when he's going to play this year. And then even if he does, what condition he'll be in, and I'm not trying to be pessimistic. I'm just trying to be a little bit realistic on that. So again, I don't think it has to be Anthony Davis. I do think that they should use Jimmy's expiring and to a lesser extent, Moses Moody's contract. I don't think it has to be Anthony Davis.
Yeah. Aaron, I'm going to ask you the same question I've asked everyone who's come on so far on the stream. Which move that we've seen thus far this offseason, maybe raised a little bit of eyebrows, surprised you a little bit? We've got, so far, 3 people said the same answer, I believe. So I'm interested to hear your thoughts.
This might be the same answer, depending on, what you guys have said already. But today's move, it's been reported for a few days, but the Kawhi to Toronto trade, Clippers trade, that one surprised me a little bit. I didn't expect, I don't know. It's not, the craziest thing in the world. We've seen crazier trades, but just seeing the Clippers kind of go all in on their pivot after, not having Paul George there anymore and trading Zubac. And now they, doubled down on that by trading Kawhi was really interesting move. And it makes sense for both sides though. Really looking at it, the Clippers really needed to kind of move in a different direction. Kawhi didn't fit their timeline anymore. They're getting a little bit younger. They traded for Garland last season. So they're clearly going in a different direction, getting younger, getting more draft picks, getting unprotected picks. I think they've already picked up 3 unprotected picks in the last few months. And then for the Raptors, they really just needed a guy to kind of get them over the hump. Great team overall, but just not enough punch, I think. The offense really got stuck in the mud at times. So getting Kawhi is going to alleviate some of those offensive issues. But yeah, that's the one where it was reported a few days ago. It was rumored. It, wasn't completely expecting it. Again, it's not the craziest deal, but, it surprised me a little bit. But, I thought about it and I'm like, I can see why both teams did it. It fits both their timelines. Clippers are falling back. They want more young players and picks. Raptors are moving forward. They're looking to, get past the first round next season and maybe really make a run at the top of the East. So it makes sense for them. And, Kawhi is still a legitimate player. He just needs a little bit more support, I think, around him, so he doesn't have to carry as much of the load, so he can still be fresh for the postseason. So it makes sense for both sides, and that's just the first one that came to mind for me in terms of something I wasn't completely expecting, but good deal for both sides, and I'm excited to see what this means for the Raptors specifically in the Eastern Conference, which is looking more and more competitive by the day.
Yeah. Aaron, I photoshopped a picture of Kawhi in a Raptors jersey.
Nice.
Is that good Photoshop skills?
Hard work on your end.
Thank you. Anyway, no, the one we've gotten a lot is John Morant to Poulin. Obviously, they have the glut of guards. I know, Conrad, were you the one who said, "Oh, I laughed when I saw the return"? Well, somebody said that today. I don't know if it was you or Julian. Yeah,
that was definitely me. Well, I think a lot of us did, but yeah, I definitely said it.
The fact that it was Jeremy Grant's contract, which is negative perceived value, and Chris Murray with no picks involved, John Morant's just a few years removed from being all NBA second team, and he's still 26 years old. I know sometimes Caleb said it perfectly when he was on addition by subtraction potentially, but at the same time, you would still, and yeah, now we see why it took them so long to even move John Morant if this is what his value was around the league. So
yeah, no, definitely. Again, the writing was on the wall. I think once they, I guess you could even make an argument that once they traded Well, no, I would say when they traded Dylan Brooks, they were trying to make like some calculated moves. But once they were willing to move off of Desmond Bane, I think I'd say that's when the writing was on the wall. And then obviously once Jaren Jackson Jr. was traded, it was all a matter of time. You know, again, like kind of like what Aaron was saying about the Clippers. I mean, Memphis kind of finds themselves in a position where they do have enough promising young talent that at this point it makes sense to kind of shift. Even though Ja is like a young veteran, they have younger players. So I mean, really not trying to say anything negative about Ja Morant as a person. When I say culture, kind of like kind of reestablishing culture in Memphis. I mean, again, right? I mean, like a new identity, just completely new direction. And again, whether that's centered around, Cam Boozer or, whoever else they have, in place. I mean, I think it just kind of gives them a lot more clarity with regards to what they want to do, at least in the upcoming, like the short term.
So apparently, Brian Windhorst on NBA Today said the league believes Sandro Mamukelashvili is headed to the Lakers to replace Rui Hachimura. Basically, he'd be his replacement. That's what people in the league believe. Obviously, I don't know. I know Windy is credible, but he's just speculating. He's just saying what teams are speculating. I know Rui, there's been interest. The Spurs have expressed interest, just again, according to reports. I know Jake Fisher said on Bleacher Report video that they're doing right now, the Sixers have interest in Rui. So we'll have to see. Like, the Lakers have $52 million in cap space, so they're going to have to spend it, especially if Jalen Dorn and Walker Kessler both go back to their respective teams. But Aaron, let me ask you, since you just joined us, Conrad and Andrew have been on a while. Is there any team or any other move in specific that you want to talk about?
That was a great question.
We're at a little bit of a slow period right now, so we have some time to relitigate some of this.
Oh.
LeBron's holding things up, huh?
As always. Let's see. We got some smaller moves that just happened here that are, not a huge deal. Talked about THJ already. Talked about Kawhi.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. the only guy? Him and Brandon Carlson, are they the only two guys who have switched teams so far this free agency?
I mean, like free agent, not as a trade candidate.
Yeah. Not as just since obviously free agency's been 2 hours and change, but I think those are the only two guys.
You might be right because there are a lot of re-signings. So, guys staying with their team like Jock Landale and Kobe Saunders, which is reported, a bunch of guys like that. I think it's like more of a, trend we're seeing with teams, signing a lot of guys, even like Reeves, for instance, getting guys like off the market before they even hit as free agents. So a lot of players end up being retained and then maybe traded later on, but I think it's really useful to at least just get them back on the books so you have that tradable salary for later on, as long as it's reasonable and not too much of an overpaying. So a lot of guys have stick with their team so far, it looks like.
So we have so far no one's used a mid-level and no one's used any other cap space. So you have Brooklyn, Chicago, and Lakers all with at least $40+ million and the $9.4 million room mid-level. You have all these teams with the mid-level. Atlanta basically gave theirs to Jock Landale, I guess. So they're off this list because they didn't have Landale's bird rights, I don't believe. Aaron, you might know better than me. But Boston, Charlotte, Dallas, Detroit, I'm not going to name all of them, but like all these teams have mid-levels. The only tax mid-level that was used was Miami so far. So, and Houston, if that Rob Murrow's report was accurate, they would also be off the list. But like in general, all these teams still have spending power. So, I wouldn't say what domino could we kind of expect next, but it just might be slow until like this LeBron thing figures itself out. The restricted free agency, I think, is going to hold things up as well. We haven't heard anything on Tari Eason or Peyton Watson either.
I think Peyton Watson, at least, it was reported that he's like, they want to re-sign him. I'm not sure if, it's 100% going to happen, but, I think release for him, it's likely that they keep him around. It kind of just depends on, obviously the price. And, they're trying to figure out, how to stay maybe away from that second apron. So it's tough for them, but he might be a guy that can expect to stick with his team. But yes, it is going to be complicated because of restricted free agent situation. LeBron, of course, teams want to save their space. Not necessarily the cap space teams, because they're probably unlikely suitors for LeBron, but teams that have some of those exceptions. Because at this point, and it's just reported that he's going to be looking to play somewhere where he just wants to have fun. He just wants to go to I'm assuming a pretty decent team for what could be his last season. He's not looking for the biggest payday ever, so not necessarily needs to be a team that can offer him the most money, because really that was the Lakers where he could have got the most money. So if he's leaving, a tax mid-level, a non-tax mid-level, probably enough to get him. So I think those teams, kind of in the middle, two slides there, Steven, that you have listed, I think those are the most likely teams. Golden State, Miami, I think are the two biggest possibilities there in terms of where he could go. But you still need to maintain some kind of space, even though you won't need a max to get him. You still need to kind of hold out and see what happens. So it is going to depend on LeBron. And unfortunately, again, LeBron, KD in years past, you got to wait for that domino to fall before things really start get going.
It's even 2 years ago we saw when Paul George signed with the Sixers. Like that didn't happen until like 2 a.m. or something Eastern time. Andrew, how do you think we've seen on here? We have a follow-up. Wait, hold on. I'm just making sure. Is this from today? No, this is from yesterday. We saw the report that Jalen Duren had a meeting with the Lakers about an hour ago. He's currently, you would imagine, still in a meeting with the Sacramento Kings. I have here from Sam Amick of The Athletic. This is from yesterday. I'm told Jalen Duren very much wants to play in Sacramento, and Kings big man Domantas Sabonis is likewise interested in the prospect of landing with the Pistons. That doesn't say Detroit is interested in Sabonis. For what it's worth. I mean, we already saw reports come out today that, Pistons said we will match any deal Duren gets. But, does he really want to play in Sacramento when he just met with the Lakers? I don't know. Maybe. We don't know what these teams are offering. I would love to be a fly on the wall in those conversations. But, Andrew, I know you touched on this a little bit in terms of, oh, wow, he's going from the Lakers and he's going at the meeting with the Kings.
Right.
So,
yeah, I think
the Kings, he could just be the focal point. I think maybe that's what he wants. The Lakers, he knows, yes, he's playing with Luka and Reeves. He's going to be the third fiddle at best.
Right. I still think at the end of the day, he's going to re-sign with Detroit. I would be pretty surprised if he doesn't. I think it's all leverage. I think Conrad said it. It's all leverage with the Lakers and Sacramento. I think Detroit, the problem for Detroit is they don't really have another option if he goes. I don't know where they pivot to.
Well,
who, Detroit?
My guy, Ugana Onyenso, baby.
Right. Realistically, they're turning to a second-round draft pick. That's the issue.
And Paul Reed, B-ball Paul. Okay.
Maybe they could be a Mitch Robinson.
On him now. He had a big, pretty serious. I'm joking. He's not going to be the same level of player as Duren, but
right. They could pivot to Mitchell Robinson, I guess, possibly as an option for them if Jalen Duren were to move on to LA or Sacramento. I understand why Jalen Duren wants his money. The guy was a third-team All-NBA player, and he had a career year, so I get it. But I said before, when you go on the biggest stage and you don't play well in the postseason, that affects your value. It doesn't matter if you're 22 or 32. It doesn't matter. It affects your value. And clearly Detroit felt like he wasn't helping them in the postseason. My argument, and I'm probably in the minority, but I think Duren is better as a third or fourth option for a team than a second option. I could say the same thing about Tobias Harris. That's why I said Detroit, I think, really needs to get a second all-star player, whether it's Tyler Hero, who, got traded in for Giannis, whether it's, maybe Norm Powell's the answer for them. I don't think they're going to get Jaylen Brown. I can tell. I just don't see that becoming a possibility. But you never know in the NBA. People get creative, but I still think they need like a second scorer. And I think if Duren is better as that third guy, I think he slots better personally for me as a third guy than a second guy. But I do think Detroit is going to re-sign him. I would find it hard to believe that they don't.
So Detroit's an interesting one just because they have Cade Cunningham, who's a top 10 player in the world, and they were just the 1 seed. And now you have Duren. It's been reported Tobias likely isn't coming back. Duren, you're letting me with other teams. It's just fascinating, I guess, because we've been seeing them take all these steps forward. They need to get another guy, and instead they're letting their all NBA center meet with teams restricted free agency, which again, that's just the nature of the beast of restricted free agency sometimes. But it's been reported that apparently they're letting Tobias Harris. We just saw the Sam Amico report that he's meeting with at least 5 other teams. We don't know who those 5 teams are, but they don't seem to be acting with any sense of urgency. They're kind of letting the market play itself out, which is a dangerous game to play, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know a lot of fans are, they're still really high on Asar Thompson, and Ron Holland. And they should be. But the problem is those two have shown definitely not nearly enough improvement offensively where JB Bickerstaff can trust them to play extended minutes, right? I mean, he has to play them in short bursts. So to part with, or basically to allow Tobias to leave, and then Jalen Duren, who was, their other source of consistent offensive production, even if that is as a lob threat or, Cade's pick and roll partner, still he is consistently putting the ball in the hoop. I mean, to part with those two guys, or to potentially, part with those two guys and not have really any in-house replacements is dicey. I mean, that puts a lot of pressure, as you guys are already talking about, to replace that production in a free agency class that probably doesn't really have comparable replacements, unless you're finding some kind of hidden gem. Shout out Brandon Carlson, So, I mean,
I'm just trying to think, we saw when Jock Landale re-signed today. We saw when the Time Lord re-signed today. We said the biggest winner here is Mitch Robinson. Nikola Vucevic is available. Mo Wagner, Andre Drummond. That's who you're looking at.
Not the same level of player.
Sandro Mamuka obviously seems like he's
wait, how much did Precious get? 5
2
a year.
11.
Yeah, right. So I mean, I would imagine that Mo Wagner's got to get more than that, right?
I think he'll get more than that.
Yeah. But again, your point still stands, right?
Yeah.
It's not exactly a lot of tantalizing options. For
Zach Collins.
Oh, forgot about him.
He's had solid moments. I don't know if I'd trust him to play a lot of minutes. It's kind of the same problem you run into with Mitchell Robinson, Robert Williams, solid players, but can't really play them 30 plus minutes a game. Can't be starters really. They're going to miss some games. So I feel like if you're trying to rely on somebody in the middle, that's the thing about Duren. You can just kind of put him down low and you know what you're going to get. The consistency is there, at least in the regular season. He's going to be a 20-10 guy most likely. Yeah. You don't have to worry about him. Is he going to play? Is he going to be productive? He's usually going to be productive. Of course, when he gets to the postseason, you deal with that later. But, I mean, he is 22. He's come a long way in a year or two. Remember a couple years ago, we're like, is this guy any good, just in general? Now he's, like you mentioned, Steve, an all-NBA player and, had a fantastic season in the regular season. So I think that alone should get him, I would say maybe closer to the max, not necessarily the max, but closer on that end. And it does seem like I agree, these conversations with other teams, it's more of a play to get the Pistons really just kind of on board more with paying him money. It's like, hey, if you're not going to offer me money, I'm sure these teams will, because they're looking for a guy with my talents. Sacramento, they may be willing to make a deal, and these other teams. So it's I think at the end of the day, I agree, Andrew, with what you were saying. I'd also be surprised if they don't come to an agreement. He had too good of a season. He's too young. He's too valuable of an asset to lose. You can't replace his production. So you got to bring him back. I know they have, some apprehension after that playoff run, and it's justified. But you got to think about where you are in your cycle of development. You're trying to make a move. He's the perfect tandem with Cade and the shooters. They all work together really well. Isaiah Joe and possibly Duncan Robinson if they bring him back, guys like that, Kevin Huerter. So you really do need him. And I think also Dern, to an extent, needs that team. You're having a guy like Cade to set him up. And I don't think Dern would be as productive on another team that doesn't have the caliber of guard that the Pistons have with Cade. So it's kind of like they need each other. So I feel like at that point, they're going to find a way to kind of get some kind of a middle ground in terms of money and just figure it out. You just have to at this point based off of where you are and where you're trying to go.
So that Isaiah Joe signing is something we haven't mentioned. That was the first time, and talking about it now is the first time we talked about it on the spot. Like, that was a good signing for them. Like, given the shooting you need alongside Cade, like, they got him for virtually free. We actually have Corbin in the back. So we will be getting him on momentarily. Corbin, I know you said you were running a little late from work. He could hear us, but we'll get you on in 1 minute. Okay. Sorry, I got sidetracked for a second. But yeah, Isaiah Joe's one we just haven't talked about much. Or Aaron Wiggins to Atlanta, for that matter of fact. Like, those were both... OKC is so good at this. Like, they're the only one who could salary dump guys and get picks for the guys with salary dumping. Like, you don't see that often. So that was just a fun little caveat. They got, 2 seconds for each of them, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what they do. It's just this rotating cycle. It's like they use these picks, they develop guys that are underrated, find hidden gems, get them on team-friendly contracts, because they re-signed both those guys. I think it was a year ago. They got both of them on good deals. So then, when you get to a roster crunch where it's like you have all these guys, you can't pay them all, or you have new players coming in with draft picks, you sell them off and you just start it all over again. You get more picks, you develop those guys. So it's all about just, putting yourself in position to navigate the cap, maintain a good roster. They're balancing it well, because if you want a good roster, you have to pay money. But at some point it gets punitive because you're hitting the aprons and, those tax penalties. So it makes sense to move off of those guys that are not essential, bring your salary down a little bit, but still maintain a good roster, because you have so much depth. You can find guys, Thomas Sorber coming in the wings, and Topic is still in the wings. Like, they still have guys in-house that they can bring in to develop. So they just have a perfect system going that runs year in and year out flawlessly. They're going to keep winning. They have young guys. They have great management. So as long as they just keep playing their cards right, I mean, they can keep doing this for a number of years.
Okay.
Freaking Ade Mara and Thomas Sorber waiting to step up. I know.
No, I think it was Nate Duncan who pointed it out that if they move off of both Topic and Sorber, that would get them out of the second apron.
I did see that. See that.
I'm not saying that's what they're going to do, but
right, yeah. Sorber particularly, I'm like, he hasn't played a game, so I mean, you don't know how good he is. I mean, I'd be surprised if they were to move him.
Maybe it's Jalen Williams, the big man. Like, you have Mara and Sorber, like that could be.
Yeah.
But okay,
sure.
Conrad, you have been on since the beginning. So I'm going to give you a quick break. I'm not giving you a quick break. You're going to get a quick break.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's the Steven Show here, everyone.
That's right.
So Conrad will be back to close out the show with us. He's coming back around 9:30ish Eastern, so in about an hour. Andrew, you're going to be back in a half hour. We have Corbin and John backstage. So I'm not going to have you guys plug anything yet because you will be back.
Okay. Sounds good.
But thank you guys.
Keep at it, gentlemen.
Hopefully we get some more signings to talk about when you guys come back on.
Well, LeBron already knows what he wants to do. What's he waiting for? I think he's waiting for a cool Photoshop, Steven. Where you at, dude?
Yeah, right.
Hold on. Okay. So that's Kawhi to the Raptors.
Boom.
I photoshopped that. I'm going to next Photoshop LeBron in a Cavs jersey, okay? So, Conrad, when you're back, that's what we're going to have to do.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
See you guys later.
Conrad, Andrew, I'll see you
You
soon.
guys.
Okay?
All right. Take care, guys.
Yep.
Okay, so we have Corbin in. We have
Hey.
What's good?
John.
Aaron, what's good? Sir, good to see you, man.
John
see
in
you.
his Hornets
Excited.
jersey is in.
I love it, John.
Nice.
John, let's talk Hornets first, because that was a premise. We had Aaron come on to talk to Giannis here because he's a Heat fan. We've been talking about the Hornets quite a bit on the stream. Obviously, we're going on hour 3 now. I want to hear your perspective, and you and I already talked quite a bit about this, but what's going on in Buzz City? Talk to me.
Buzz City is buzzing, but
Okay.
we talked a lot leading up to the draft. We talked a lot. You haven't been talking a lot about the Sixers lately. We've been talking a lot about the Hornets.
There's nothing to talk about.
And,
Kelly Oubre's meeting with the
There's
Pacers.
nothing to talk about. But we talked a lot about the plans going into the draft, and then immediately after the draft, it's teams are looking into LaMelo Ball, right? And I'm like, well, yeah, of course we're looking into LaMelo Ball. He's a great point guard. Who wouldn't want to add him on the team? And then before we know it, he got traded to Minnesota, and that was a rough start to my day. Hearing about LaMelo Ball get traded. Melo's one of my favorite players of all time. One of my favorite Hornets there's ever been. It took me a while to kind of get my head wrapped around the whole deal because he's such a fun player to watch. And then after that, I think the chips start falling. And we got off. I think it was a good time for us to get off Miles' contract. To be honest, I think that's it's a player that I've been okay with getting out of there for the past several years. And I think that we got good value back on him. I think we got good value back on Melo. It's one of those trades I think was good for both teams, right? Like Minnesota had to do something. They had to bring somebody in and make them run at it. And I think that if you look at, the numbers with Melo on the court last year for the Hornets, they were elite. Right, like you couldn't get much better than the offensive efficiency that the Hornets had when Melo was on the court last year. But and if you look at that, you think I take that, I add it to what I have right now in Minnesota, and that's a team that can make a run in the championship, right? But on the other hand, I think that what Jeff is doing is he's betting on that being the anomaly, right, and not being what's most likely to happen over the next few years. So. I like the return we got. I think this is, probably the most we could have got out of LaMelo. Reports of teams sniffing around before the season started. The offers were not this good. Like you said, you were saying earlier, we talked about in the past. I think it's a sell high. It comes down to, do you think that LaMelo Ball is going to be the centerpiece of your championship team? And I think that ownership and the coaching staff decided that was not the case.
So
here we are.
LaMelo Ball played 75 games his sophomore year. That year, he made his one All-Star team. After that, 36 games, 22, 47. Then this year, he played in 72. So, it just might not even be, hey, we're selling high on the fact that he just played. Basically an all-NBA caliber guy. If there was an all-NBA 4th team, he might have been on it. But
he should have been on all-NBA this year.
Yeah. Well, yeah, maybe. But either way, it was a bet on his health as well. If you don't believe, no one knows about Melo's health more than the Hornets. They have access to his medicals. So
yeah, he's icing those ankles anytime he's not on the court.
We have Andrew already commenting about Jeff Peterson. Corbin, I'm interested to get your perspective because once upon a time you did a Charlotte Hornets podcast.
I did. It was, I don't want to say it was a shocker. I'm still trying to grab my head around it in terms of the reasoning. The way it looks, they wanted to go in a different direction, right? I thought they had their most successful year, maybe it's selling high, with LaMelo probably at the quote unquote nadir of his value trade wise, I imagine. And so that's my thought there. For Miles, I mean, there's not a whole lot for me to think about Miles Bridges. Like, in my mind, they should have made that move a long time ago. They finally found the team that was willing to give up crazy
2033 unprotected first.
insanity. But the Phoenix Suns, I used to live there. They're the team to do it, at least under current ownership. But to go back to LaMelo, yeah, like, I mean, in my mind, whether it is the injury risk, he did have his healthiest year since a sophomore year in the NBA. So I guess that could be it. But I thought they were turning a corner. I thought he was kind of the barometer of that. The numbers reflect that in terms of his positive impact on them offensively, and their overall net rating. But apparently they thought differently, or they wanted to go in a different direction and rebuild under, Concanapple and Brandon Miller and an ensemble of players. And I think, you do have Kobe White. That is your, he's a starter in the past. He'll be a starter presumably here. You bring in guys who can kind of, I mean, nobody can really, to a player, replicate LaMelo Ball's volume from three. But Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal, last year with Phoenix, not only did they both get up a lot of threes, but they both had an uptick in threes that took off the dribble. So, you do have maybe a more diversification of skill sets there, where it's okay, instead of one player with all that, now we have 3 or 4 players that can sort of fit, and you can look to Brandon Miller, look to Concanapple for more on-ball creation. You look at those guys more catch and shoot, and you think collectively, under Charles Lee, your offense can kind of replicate that without that player, Miles Bridges was just average in that anyway, so I don't know. I mean, he had a solid year last year, but like in general, I think his losses, if you want to call it that, is negligible. But yeah, I think LaMelo obviously just a much bigger deal culturally too, for better or for worse, right? And honestly, I think a lot of the stuff, in the locker room, all we heard was not bad things. It's really just the driving and like the antics that, on the court. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Charlotte looks like. I think that's for sure. I definitely think, John kind of said himself, like he was really big in Charlotte. I mean, he was their key piece. He brought them, I know it's not saying a lot for the Charlotte Hornets, but he's brought the most success they've had since Kemba Walker, So Kemba Walker, they literally 10 years this year was when they were in the second round of the playoffs with Kemba and them. I think it was against Miami and Dwayne Wade. So not been a lot of success back then, but any semblance of that, you even had that 43-39 record they had in LaMelo's sophomore year. They didn't make the playoffs, but it was a winning record. That happened under him. So I'm sure it's big, in the city for sure.
No, I think, Corbin, you nailed it in terms of this has been I said this when we started this live stream at 5:45. I said this is probably the most successful season for Hornets basketball since Alonzo Mourning was on the team. At least it felt like it towards that second half of the year where they beat OKC. Like, it seemed like things were really starting to come together. But bottom line was, you are now winning championship with this team. You see, Toronto got Kawhi, which I do want to talk to you about as well, Corbin. Toronto got Kawhi. Giannis is going to Miami. Like, all these teams that maybe Charlotte thought they could surpass this upcoming year got better. Better than probably what the Hornets could have done. So it's like a catch-22. Like, okay, yeah, it's going to be a little disheartening for these fans if we make these moves. But at the same time, Jeff Peterson's playing the long-term game.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I think initially I was, a little shocked, just looking at their success they just had for all the reasons Corbin just said, having their best season in 10 years, finally turned the corner, you finally see some light at the end of that tunnel, him and Khan and Brandon together. I think their main problem in the past 2 years, maybe 3 years, has just been health. Like, you look at those main guys like LaMelo and Brandon Miller, they just could not. And when they had Mark Williams before they traded him, they just could not get on the court together. But when they did, very successful. And then this season, they finally got to do that. So I was really happy to see that they had some success. And initially I was like, man, why are they going to start selling guys off when they have had this much success? But, thinking about it a little bit more, Steven, you brought up some good points. Does this team have that high of a ceiling? If they maintain that core, maybe not. So, looking at a long-term view, it's probably better to pivot now. And they got some good value. That unprotected pick, way out in 33, the three swaps, the 3 second-round picks, really solid. The swaps probably won't do much for you the next couple of years. I wouldn't imagine Minnesota being anything worse than maybe average. So that might be a wash, but you're getting a good amount of picks. It gives you some ammo. So of course, if you want to make additional moves down the line, you can. It gives you the draft capital that you need to pull off big trades. So if you want guys like Kawhi or you like Giannis, you're going to need to have multiple picks in your pocket to offer, and then good contracts, good solid players like Naz Reid, guys like that are also get traded in those big deals. So I think that's the other part of it. They could just be setting themselves up for another deal. Might not be this year, but maybe the next year or two, making another big swing for somebody that's available, because that does happen, and that's what you have to do in today's NBA to acquire big-time players. It usually isn't free agency. It's usually a trade. You have to go out there and grab a guy that's disgruntled, like a Jaylen Brown, or a player that's having issues with their team, like Jalen Duren, in a sign and trade, something like that. So they have what they need to make a deal like that happen. So yeah, maybe one season here, the next season, where things are kind of stagnant, they don't really get much better, maybe a little bit worse, but then they can refocus their efforts on next year and maybe beyond, getting an impact player that can really help them get into the upper echelon of the Eastern Conference.
So it's funny that you mentioned Jaylen Brown, because I was just reading, I guess ESPN's doing their NBA Today or whatever show right now. Brian Windhorst floated out an idea. And remember, Brian Windhorst made a career off covering LeBron James. He just said, there's a hypothetical scenario where LeBron goes back to Cleveland and then the Cavs trade Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown. I just think that's interesting because of his ties to LeBron. Like, if anyone else said this, I'd be speculation. But Corbin, based on your face, I think you think there might be some merit to that as well. No,
I'm trying to make it make sense in my head.
That was a shock face.
Yeah, that was my shock face. Thanks, Aaron. Because in my mind, I'm like, at this stage of his career, I think you would like Evan Mobley in your back line.
Yeah.
If you're LeBron.
Hey, you're going all in this year.
On
Mitchell,
offense.
Jaylen Brown, LeBron,
Harden. I would not want to go to war with that cast of characters. Jaylen Brown, notwithstanding.
I like those other guys, but
yeah, not Harden.
Not just out of Harden, man.
And the dirty little secret on Donovan Mitchell is his playoff record. Obviously, we know it's not like pristine, but at least he doesn't like flake away completely.
I wouldn't hold that against him though. But it completely gets him. But yes, it's unfortunate. But Harden,
Harden. I think we have 17 years.
I don't think you're winning anything big. Just personally.
Corbin, I want to ask you about the Lakers cap space situation and what we think they could do with it. And then, John, I'm going to ask you about Walker Kessler and Jalen Duren potentially for the Lakers. Corbin, now that we know LeBron is not coming back to the Lakers, they have $52 million in cap space. It's been reported they're interested in both Quentin Grimes and Sanjo Mamukelashvili, both of who could take the room exception, so they wouldn't even eat into their cap space. How do you think the Lakers pivot with this $52 million? Like, it seems like Hachimura is gone. Marcus Smart, it was reported by Rob Murrows that he's going to Houston. Again,
who's that?
That's why I said we need further confirmation on that.
Oh. Okay, okay, cool.
No, Rob Murrows has nailed a couple things so far this free agency. So I think he does.
No, I'm not even trying to be disrespectful. I just don't know who that is.
No, that's fine. But I'm saying, like, that's the only guy we've seen reported. So, like, until Shams or, like, Jake Fisher or Mark Stein, someone else.
Yeah. But you got to start somewhere, Murrows.
It seems like LeBron, Smart, and Rui are all potentially gone. We do know that it was reported by The Athletic that Jalen Duren met with the Lakers, and he's probably currently still in a meeting with the Kings as we're speaking right now.
Yeah.
Tony Jones of The Athletic reported the Jazz offered Walker Kessler an annual value of $27 million a year for 5 years. So, like, unless the Lakers are going to go for Duren or Kessler and hope that their other teams don't match, like their incumbent teams, like, what do we pivot to at this point?
Honestly, I wish I had an answer for you because originally in my mind, you'd work with LeBron. I'm not going to lie. I mean, we talked about this before, Steven. I'm on record saying I didn't think LeBron was coming back after the way things kind of unfolded. I mean, the guy has pride. The guy still plays at an all-star level. And it was clear that the guy who came and brought the Lakers out of irrelevancy to win a championship was being relegated to like, hey, well, don't call us. We'll call you. We'll see when we see you type thing. He wasn't going to go for that, right? So, I figured that was going to happen. But even so, I thought, okay, the Lakers are going to try to find a way to optimize their lineup around Luka because you've already had him for 3 transaction cycles at this point. And you've not inspired a whole lot of faith if you're a person who follows Rob Pelinka or a Lakers fan, that they know how to put the personnel around Luka, right? I mean, big moves last year. I mean, Marcus Smart was a hit overall, but DeAndre Ayton, which like okay, and then Jake LaRavia, who was fine until we got close to the postseason, and then the postseason, right? So I'm not sure. I mean, Walker Kessler is fine. Mamu is a solid center rotation player, and who was the other guy you mentioned?
In terms of who they could bring in, Quentin Grimes.
Oh, Quentin Grimes. I mean, he's okay. Like, this feels like just the treading of mediocrity. Like, I get it. There wasn't a move I didn't see, at least, the Lakers could make that would make them anything better than the third place Western Conference team, right? Like, the Thunder were where they were going to be. The Spurs are where they're going to be. Like, the Lakers kind of jostling in between that. At least that's what I thought. Quentin Grimes, Mamu, let's say you get a Kessler or Duran, and then I know Kelly Oubre is meeting with them. Like, that's just, I don't know. I thought there'd be a lot more. I guess if you get Kessler or Duran, I guess that's a quote unquote big fish. That's a position of need. That's something you can kind of sell, right? But I don't know. I'm not the biggest Rob Pelinka fan. With each year that he's been at the helm, I've lost more and more faith. And now, I'm just sitting here going like, what's going on? I mean, I know it's quiet, but like, quiet for some teams means like what's moving, what's shaking. For Rob Pelinka, quiet could just mean quiet. Like, it doesn't mean anything, So yeah, we'll see.
I mean, there is Lou Dort, who OKC may be willing to trade to get out of the text completely or entirely.
Jared Vanderbilt, anyone?
What about Dominatin? You could trade him.
That's who you have to. Oh yeah, 100%.
Cam Johnson, if Denver really wants to bring back Peyton Watson, restricted free agency.
I'm surprised the Lakers aren't more prevalent in those conversations. I thought Peyton Watson was an ideal target.
Yeah, I mean, Peyton Watson himself as well.
Tari
Easton is another restricted free agent as well. But we have here from Tony Jones from The Athletic, Utah Jazz restricted free agent Walker Kessler, very vague, has had meetings with a couple of teams and is headed to another meeting. No idea with who. League sources tell The Athletic he holds multiple offers in the mid to high 30s. Who's offering him high 30s annually?
I have seen that, though.
Along with structure of his choice, including player option.
I was just listening to Yovan Buha, and now he wasn't angry. He was just like surmising, like, hey, what if someone offered him like 36 or something? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy, but it's not crazy,
Maybe it's Brooklyn.
It seems a little rich to me.
I agree.
He's very good. He's a very good floor raiser, because at the very least, you're going to have, a pretty solid defense overall, or interior defense. Rebounding is going to be straight, but you do have to account for his lack of spacing and, lack of offensive punch. So I think you have to be more creative in how you build a roster with him there. So overall, yeah, he's worth a good amount of money. I would say, 25 to 30 annually, maybe, but I wouldn't go over that, because it's like, if you're spending so much of your cap on a guy like that who's not going to get you probably to where you want to go in terms of like championship level by himself, I just feel like that's like a little bit of a mismanagement of funds. But I mean, he's definitely valuable, and I'm not surprised that he's getting good offers and player options and things like that. But I think teams need to be careful about how much money they give him, because I'm sure in the playoffs at some point, once you get far enough, you're going to run into issues, and you might need to step away and have a little bit less time on the court due to his limitations offensively, similar to like what the Timberwolves have to do sometimes with like Rudy Gobert and players like that, just because they're not suited to every type of playoff scenario.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's a supply demand thing, right? Like a lot of teams would love a big, and there's only like two. I mean, we keep mentioning the same
plus Mitch Robinson,
and Mitch is good, but exactly 2.5, because you only get Mitch for half the game.
Exactly.
But I mean, I said after when I think I texted to you in our group chat with Josh, once Robert Williams and Jock Landale both re-signed earlier today, I said Mitch Robinson is going to be the biggest winner out of everyone this offseason, just based off of, because Doran and Kessler and restricted free agency, everyone's going to fight over. Someone's going to snag Mitch Robinson. Maybe like a team like Brooklyn who has cap space, or the Lakers who have cap space for like Corbin's saying no for $20 million a year, maybe.
Okay. I mean, if you get Mitch, from a Lakers perspective, if it isn't Duran or Kessler, and obviously like you're kind of going in with like a platoon of centers. you don't have the one, right? If you get Robert Williams, you have to keep Ayton or Jackson Hayes. I mean, Jackson Hayes probably still gonna be on the roster, but the point being is like you don't have the one guy. Mitch Robinson does not hold up over that time. We've already seen the DeAndre Ayton experience in LA. We've actually already seen the Jackson Hayes experience in LA, right? So like you would have to come out there with like this 3-headed Hydra, and it would remind me of like the Godzilla meme with the three like the King Ghidorah, and like you got the two serious and one looks like wacky. But all three would be kind of wacky. Exactly.
Yeah.
That would be the issue.
Yeah.
That would be the issue. And so for me, no. Like Robert Williams, I mean, yes, he's effective, but again, I don't know. He just wouldn't be the answer. He would be part of the answer, but he would not be the answer. And so then you're allocating funds and resources towards him, and you still have to cover up because you know his injury history and availability. And so more has to go to the center spot. So that's why I go that way. It'd be nice to have a player of that caliber, but that's my bigger issue.
So I'm just putting this on the screen. We're going to have to talk with Conrad about it when he comes back on because he's our local Warriors correspondent. But Kristaps Porzingis actually extended rather than re-signing, which makes him trade eligible now. Given, they're trying to move off of Moses Moody, maybe move off of Jimmy Butler to bring in Anthony Davis to also bring in AD and LeBron together. I think it's notable that they could trade Porzingis immediately because his $19 million Porzingis is more than the mid-level. Like they could have, hey, we'll extend you and then flip you in a deal potentially as long as you get your money. Like that's something I could foresee.
Yeah, for sure.
I think we need to see this big man market sort of play itself out a little bit. Like again, Doran is meeting with the Lakers and the Kings tonight. That he already met with Lakers. He's in that meeting with the Kings potentially right now. And we saw Tony Jones with Walker Kessler had multiple meetings and said to another meeting. We're not sure where. So Mitch Robinson is just going to kind of sit on his hands and wait to see between Brooklyn, the Lakers, the Pistons, the Jazz, who kind of needs his services. John, what about Mitch Robinson to the Hornets? I know they distracted Steinbach, but
they've been interested in him before. There's been talk about Mitch Robinson in Charlotte for like the past 3 off seasons, I feel like. Yeah. As somebody they've been considering both at trade deadlines and in the summer. And I mean, I think he's a guy that fits in there, right? But at this point, unless they make a move on another winning player right now, somebody that's going to come in and win this season, then I don't see why they wouldn't have let Kalk develop instead, because that's exactly what you kind of want Kalkbrenner to be, I think, is what you're going to get out of Mitch Robinson if you bring him there, as a backup big rim protector that's going to give you about 20 minutes. So, I think personally, with the plan for the Hornets this year is I think they're going to use that trade player exception to take on bad money and get more assets and make this a soft rebuild year, see what you have in Tijon, see what you have in Kobe, see what you have in some of these other guys. Let Brandon Miller hit hit restricted free agency, and kind of figure out what you got in this team. Give Liam McNeely some run, give some of these other guys some run. You know what I mean? And I don't know if that's the direction that would make sense to bring in somebody like Mitch Robinson. If that's kind of what you're wanting to do. But I mean, that being said, like I love him in a vacuum. I love Mitch Robinson on this roster. I've loved him for the past 3 years when we've been talking about bringing in Mitch Robinson. I think Mitch Robinson would have been great on this team last year. But we'll see.
Luckily, we had all these moves at least transpire before today because this has probably been the slowest free agency we've ever seen. This reminds me, as I said, Corbin, you were on 2 years ago when Paul George signed with the Sixers at 1 a.m. We were already off, obviously, 1 a.m. Eastern. We talked about Eric Gordon signing a minimum with the Sixers for like 40 minutes because we had nothing else to talk about.
I was gonna say 2 years ago, I would put it as probably the worst. Like we were hoping, praying.
We only have Tim Hardaway Jr. and Brandon Carlson as the only 2 guys to sign with new teams.
Hallelujah, that's something. I'm just kidding, but yeah.
So I put this graphic up. This is credit to a friend of the Bird Rights Pod, Bobby Marks. All 3 of these cap space teams have not done anything. The Nets, Bulls, and Lakers yet since 6 p.m. All these teams that have the mid-level and potentially the biannual. Only Atlanta has used it. Atlanta used theirs on Jock Landale before 6 p.m. started. And no teams use the only team that uses a taxpayer level is Miami. So, like, yeah. We're talking about, unfortunately, the same transactions, getting different opinions on them.
I think that means that next year we start like 2 hours later.
Yeah, but then without luck, then it's going to be the floodgates will be open.
Well, I was going to say, how much do you
think?
think is teams posturing for free agency next year, with the potential free agent class that we could see next year in 2027? Or how many of those guys are
can't
going
rule
to
it
get
out.
and it's going to be the same thing all over again?
I was gonna say,
I
I
was
mean,
about to
it's
say,
gonna,
I feel like we do that every year. It's like, well,
yeah, I was
next
gonna
year,
say,
what do you guys
Yeah.
will be free agents, and then none of our free agents because they all
Nope.
like resign or something.
they all,
So it's like, oh, well,
So
maybe next year.
we have a comment on YouTube from Ross. What happens to Bronny? So the Lakers actually picked up Bronny's guarantee today. So he will be guaranteed somewhere. Whether the Lakers move him, he's less than a minimum. So they could just trade him to anyone without having to take a minimum back. But he's guaranteed, so he will be getting whatever money this year.
He getting
Right
his
now
money.
it's with the Lakers.
Yeah.
I mean, he is. LeBron goes, maybe he goes. I don't think that they're tied. I think Bronny actually made, like, I get it. I thought he actually made some big steps in terms of being like just short of a rotation player. You know what I mean? Like, you know, there was actual moments. Now, some of it was just due to, you know, depth and injury stuff, but like he played and I thought improved, you know, down the stretch, especially where he was last year, you know, where it definitely felt like a, you know, human victory cigar type thing. With that being said, I don't want to boil it down to he'll just go where his dad is, but like,
If I was him,
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to play
Right.
with my dad.
No, I
What
don't know.
19-year-old guy who's
Yeah,
playing
but
in
if
LA?
it's his retirement tour, though, he wants to go on a retirement tour with his dad.
I just,
You know what I mean?
I wouldn't want to play with my, I mean, kiss my pops. I love you, pops, if you listen to this. Like
Yeah.
if I was in such a situation, you know, I'd want to be my own player. But like this ain't like it's not like Bron is holding him back. If anything, Bron's kind of helping create the opportunity. Like he is a player in his own right. He is, and I want that to be known. If LeBron's going off the Lakers, does Bronny get run on the Lakers? I guess that's my question to y'all.
Possibly.
Possibly,
Depends,
right?
He does
can
right
show.
now. Yeah.
I mean, the ball in the G League at least, so that gets them some run with the
That's
Lakers.
true.
That
But-
Warriors team, if they trade for Bronny, if they have Steph, Draymond, Kristaps, LeBron, AD, Al Horford, and then Bronny, that team's a meme.
Yeah,
The
that
Golden
is.
State
Oh,
Warriors plus Bronny.
exactly. Although I
Yeah.
think didn't they just come out and say that well a little bit ago that AD's
That
no
they're not
longer
trading AD. Yeah.
yeah.
We
Yeah.
talked about that a little bit. I know you on your way in from what we did talk.
Yeah, I was racing to get here.
Yeah.
But okay, see, so that makes sense. I don't know. I guess they're gonna wait for Jimmy Butler to try to get healthy. It's still gonna be a meme, but
Bottom line is if Wizards aren't going to
Wow.
give AD, if they're not going to give AD a 4-year, $275 million extension, he wanted that extension when Dallas traded him to Washington. So if Golden State's going to pay it, Rich Paul is going to continue to force AD there.
mhm.
But Aaron, I know you're with us only for another minute or two. Is there any other thing you want to talk about? Anything you want to plug before you sign off?
Not really. I think we've hit all the big trades so far, big moves. I mean, like it's been mentioned, it's not like we have crazy trades, but free agency itself, not too much going on. But I think we hit the big ones. I will say the only other rumor I kind of want to put out there is the Bradley Beal to Miami rumors. I think that's been interesting to me. You guys might have already mentioned it before I came on.
We
but
did a little bit. Very
okay.
briefly.
Yeah. But I just think that's fascinating too, because his value is at the lowest point that it's ever been at this point. And, but he could still feel a clear need for Miami. They need that shot creation. They need somebody that can, create some of their own baskets. And I think at minimum, Beal can at least be like, a good, sixth man at this point, if not like an outright starter in the backcourt. Depends on how his health is. I mean, he's been able to sit out for a while, so hopefully he's 100% again or close to it. But, I'm hoping that if Miami can't bring in Simons, then Beal be the option too for cheap, like something in the under 10 million range per year, for somebody like that to come in and see what he's got, maybe give him a year, a 1+1, see what he's got, give an opportunity there. So that's another guy I'm hoping that, Miami at least can maybe look at bringing in, to be alongside, Davion Mitchell. That'd be a good, balance there in terms of offense, defense in the backcourt, and overall good fit. So I definitely want to see that happen for Miami. If they're looking for more depth there in the backcourt.
For what it's worth, Beal was
Whoa.
making $5.2 million, I believe, on that player option he opted out of. So he's going to be making less with Miami. They use their taxpayer mid-level already, but yeah. Aaron, I appreciate you coming on.
Oh yes, the legend.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Thanks for yes, sir. Always good to see you, Corbin. Steven, thanks for having me on. Always love joining these live streams, whether it's trade deadline or free agency, whatever the case may be. It was great being on. No trade clause has been a little bit slow recently. Done a few pods in the playoffs, but not too much going on. But I will say, if anybody wants to follow us, we're going to be trying to get our stuff back going again this summer. But the handle is going to be _trade_clause on Twitter if you want to check us out and try to get some pods going off this summer. But great chopping up with you guys. John, great to meet you. Rooting for more great, we'll see what happens with the Hornets, but, wish you the best in terms of the rest of the summer, and we'll see what else happens. Maybe they, move on with somebody else, but yeah, great talking with you guys. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
So,
see ya.
I'm going to re-add Andrew in here.
Andrew's back.
Guess who's back? Back
Andrew's
again.
back.
Andrew's back. Go tell John. So we have our third player signing to a new team in free agency. Keon Ellis, 2 years, $18 million with Brooklyn. So we just said no team is really utilizing their cap space. Here's Brooklyn utilizing at least $9 million of it. They still have, what? I think they have 40 mil or something like that. So I'll look at the math, but yeah, maybe $30+ million of cap space still. Keon Ellis this time last year, if he would have hit free agency last year and re-signed with Sacramento, if they just declined his team option and re-signed him, probably would have got close to $14-15 million a year. So this is, less than that. Only a 2-year deal as well. So hey, let's get this $18 million guaranteed. That's still life-changing money. Mm-hmm. And then get back in the open market 2 years in his age, 28 season, maybe? Something like that. Thoughts?
It's a smart deal on his part.
What'd you say, John?
So it's a smart deal on his part, I think.
Yeah. And the Nets, we already said
he's going to get some run.
They don't have the 27 first. So, they're going to try to be competitive, the Nets. I think that's a good start. Obviously, they added Julius Randle already. And now Keon Ellis.
I mean, I like this for Brooklyn. I said this to Steve. I mean, I really like what Sean Marks is doing. I have questioned him openly, especially after the last draft, with the 5 first-round picks and how poorly he did. But I like Michael Brown. I really like that pick. I know Acuff is, the higher ranked guard in most people's minds, but I think adding Brown, I love Joshua Jefferson. I think that's a great pick. And then I actually really like Tyler Bilodeau as well in the second round. And then to get Randall to raise your floor, I think is a really smart move because like I was saying to Zach earlier when he was on, we were discussing Minnesota, Randall's not going to help you win a championship, but he can help you raise your floor. And I think this is a good move I think Sean Marks has done a nice job. I mean, he got Randall. What else? He did something else. And then he gets Keon Ellis, who obviously, I think deserved to go elsewhere and honestly probably needs more of a bigger role. I think he's earned it. So like John said, he's going to get some run and, Brooklyn is trying to make the play-in. That's the goal for them, is to try to get to the play-in tournament.
So we have another comment here from Ross. Oh, the Clippers trying to create a cap space for 2027.
Either the cap guy, you got to take that one, or the LA guy.
No, I'm looking at their books now. Shout out to capsheets.com. UC Goslin does absolutely awesome work.
I think they can have a ton of space in 27, can't they?
They have right now up to $54 million in cap space. If that depends what they do with Benedict Mathurin this offseason, if he signs a multi-year deal. if they sign John Collins back to a multi-year deal, and then obviously they would have Derek Jones, Brooke Lopez, Chris Dunn, all free agents next year. And depending what they do with Grady Dick, if they give him a rookie extension or not. But yeah, they could have some serious cap space. They'd have Garland, Ingram, and Wagler with Isaiah Jackson, Yannick Conan-Edenhauser. We saw them just resign Kobe Sanders and Cam Christie. That's their team. So they have, in next year, what's supposed to be a much better class in terms of free agency. Obviously, Giannis is going to sign an extension with Miami, but I can't imagine them being a player for Nikola Jokic. But there's already some speculation that he's not resigning or signing an extension with Denver, rather. So maybe by the trade deadline.
Is it like a definite that they're going to retool right now? Is that a definite? Like
Denver?
No. The Clippers. Like, is this a definite that they're probably a play into, bottom half of the West, and they just wait till 27? Summer 27, is that the plan?
They moved off of Zubac, Kawhi, and Harden, so like I guess that I guess you consider that a retool, right?
So are they giving the keys to Keaton Wagler? I mean, is that kind of what I'm looking at? Is that Wagler's the guy now, or at least that's the plan? Because
they still Garland and Ingram, both of them made 2 All-Star teams in the last 4 years.
Right.
So, for what that's worth, of course.
No, they're good players.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I believe in them, but they're good players.
Yeah.
Wagler is interesting.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John. Sorry.
No, I was just to say, like those are good guys. They were high enough on Wagler not to really listen to, I think, a whole lot of offers they had on number 5 anyway.
Right.
to stick there. I think they could have moved back. So it seems like, that's their guy. Whether or not they want to move forward with Garland, but I mean, they can't be too bad this year because guess who has their 27 first?
Yeah.
Or the swap.
Yeah.
Guess who has their 2028 and 2029 first?
The
Sixers.
The Sixers. Yeah. No, it's crazy though that like the Lakers lost LeBron and the Clippers lost Kawhi. I mean, that is pretty crazy to think about.
Right. The 2-1-3 era
LA.
ending at the same time.
That's really crazy. I didn't expect that. I mean, I had a feeling LeBron was going to leave. I mean, Corbin and I have talked about this. I mean, like I had a feeling LeBron was done. Like I knew they were going to pivot to Luka, focus on Austin Reeves, and try to maybe take a step back this year and then take like 1 step back, 2 steps forward type deal with the Lakers. The Clippers, who knows what's going to happen with the investigation. I mean, none of us know, obviously, but I honestly thought Kawhi wasn't going to go to Toronto. I really thought he was going to end up in Golden State instead of Toronto. But listen, more power to the Raptors. I mean, I like what Toronto built. I mean, I like their group.
For what it's worth, the Brooklyn Nets, I know we talked about the cap space a little bit, $35 million, you see Goslin just tweeted, in terms of what they could still spend after Day'Ron Sharpe, after Josh Minot, after Keon Ellis, and then obviously the Julius Randle trade. So we saw those reports that Walker Kessler is getting offers in the high 30s. Like, how do we know Brooklyn's not just throwing? I need to see the roster sheet in terms of how many roster cap holds they have for rosters, but they could be throwing in $35 million, Brooklyn. Hey, we lost Nick Claxton. We'll give you $35 million a year. See if Utah matters.
Okay, that.
Yeah, no, it definitely could.
Like you said about
100%.
Brooklyn before, like they're a team that will make you spend your money with their cap space.
This front office has done that. We said they should be doing that with Peyton Watson because they have Denver's 2032 first. They should absolutely be doing that.
Right.
If you're Utah, do you feel comfortable matching a $35+ million deal for Walker Kessler?
I think you have to.
You re-sign Yusuf Nurkic, yes, worth 2 years for 22.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's not really about whether or not you feel comfortable as much as what you have to do before. It's like before, do I want to clean the bathroom? No. Do I have to? Yes. It's a horrible example, but hey, it's one of those things that like I'm doing it before I can think about whether or not I want to. I'm in the shit. Excuse my French. I'm in it. So I don't know. Yeah, that's a horrible analogy. Wow. Point being, here we are, and I think you're right. Like, there's not a whole lot of you gotta do what you have to do to keep the guy, especially if you think he is that important to you. Now, I would, kind of venture, not venture, but offer injury history. You have a lot of guys who kind of play that log jam in that 4-5 area. I think Larry Markkanen's best position is the 4. I like Jaren Jackson at the 5 personally. You know what I mean? So one of those guys, if you bring all 3, has to either come off the bench or be miscast in position. But like if you're Utah and you're making the talent play, like you can grab him now and then decide to trade him and reap some more assets down the road, even more than you could have signed and trade. So yeah.
Corbin, apparently Rob Pelinka said he's looking for depth, youth, and athleticism.
Who isn't? Yeah.
So is everyone. Thanks, Rob. That's amazing. I think he wants a basketball player with a pulse. Good God. Like a depth, youth, athleticism, shooting, rebounding, passing, height, heart.
Yeah, right.
Like I could throw out buzzwords. Come on now, Rob.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
This is what I was saying.
Give me a guy with a good vertical. Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what the plan
Verticality.
is, and I don't know what the plan is in LA. Like, I just don't know what it is. Like,
Andrew, I don't know
like
either.
I don't like. I take it they're going to go after Duren or Kessler. They're going to try. They're probably going to lose out on both. Then you're probably signing Mitchell Robinson to $15 million a year.
This feels to me as a Lakers fan who's been a Lakers fan, 23 years now? Yes.
Okay.
Like it feels like the dog days of free agency in 2014 through 2017.
Yeah.
Where it's like we aim high. Mind you, this free agency class is nothing like that. But what I mean is, and at the time we were going, and mind you, Mitch Kupchak is a freaking saint compared to Rob Pelinka. But at the time it was like, Mitch, what are you doing, man? We want meetings with we're Carmelo? No. Okay. LeBron? No. We were never getting those offhand. It was more like LaMarcus Aldridge. No. Okay. Hey, Greg Monroe, maybe. No, like we were like, I remember having talked to a friend going, hey, Greg Monroe could be that back to this basket low post center that we haven't had since Shaq. I was on crack back then, y'all. I wasn't. But that's what I'm saying. The levels of delusion as a Lakers fan because of the ineptitude of the front office. And also, free agency. They basketball players talk like we talk. They see how a team is built or not being built around players. They see how people are being treated or not being treated. I'm saying this for not the restricted free agents, but for others who are not necessarily flocking to sign with LA. Right. They've not been a free agent destination, quote unquote, for the last couple of years. They get guys, but if you look at their biggest acquisitions, they've all been trade, right? And then the guys who did sign, your Danny Greens, those guys get traded the very next year. So I'm sorry, they're not like, hey, wait a second. I'm saying that might be a thought process and why there's some trepidation or hesitancy towards signing. But Rob Pelinka exudes no confidence, man. Only time you see that brother give a press conference is when Lakers are on a 4-game winning streak. Other than that, he disappears like Groundhog's Day. Sorry, I'm done.
No, I don't disagree. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what the plan is. I feel like the plan is go after Duren or Kessler. If you strike out, you're signing Mitchell Robinson. You're losing Rui Hachimura. You're probably signing Sandro Mamukelashvili, who's okay, it's nothing great, but you have him. It's basically going to be him, Mitchell Robinson, Luka, Austin Reeves, and then Cam Carr. That's your starting 5, pretty much. And then Bronny James is 6th man. That's kind of where we are.
Mm-hmm. You said it.
But
and the
worst part is that,
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the worst part is that I think there is a plan to be had. You could take this team and have a plan and say, you know what, we're not going for it this year.
Right.
We're going to sit down, we're going to talk to Luka and say, listen, man, get your rest. We're going to take an off year, soft reset. We're going to go all in. Maybe we do try to drive the number up on Walker Kessler and we try to drive the number up on Duren, just to get those teams to spend so they're not bidding against us in free agency next year. We've already talked to some agent system guys. We got KD saying he's going to fucking not pick up his player option, whatever. You know what I mean? But I do not think that Pelinka is doing that behind the scenes. You know what I mean?
No.
Agreed.
But, I mean, it could happen. You could literally look at that and say, all right, 27, 28, we're going for it. Maybe we're going to try to get Ant to ask out of Minnesota when his contract, when he's getting ready to come up for extension. Something like that. You could gear towards something like that because you're LA. Everybody should want to move to LA and play for the Lakers. You know what I mean?
Totally.
In thought, you right, yeah.
You would think, you know what I mean? Other than the Knicks, you know what I mean? Or those historic teams in those big cities and big markets, everybody should be wanting to go there, So it's very telling that, like you said, that guys aren't going there on team-friendly deals. Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
Wild is right.
Oh man.
LeBron saying, "No thanks, I'm gonna try it somewhere else. I'm gonna go back to
Exactly.
Cleveland."
Yeah, let's go. Exactly.
Cleveland, this is for you.
I hope not, though. That'd be the one worse place than LA. Like, it has to be Golden State to me.
I agree.
No, I agree. It's gonna be Golden State.
Oh yeah, him and Kerr and Steph and you know,
But this is not
that's the
NBA
homecoming.
2K.
That's
But
the
this is not
homecoming.
2K16 though. If this was 2K16, they'd be winning a title.
Honestly, sad.
Yeah.
This is probably a sad state of affairs for 2K26. They probably still win a title with that game. But
Probably.
you're right. Because the game
Yeah.
sucks. But no, in real life, yes, I'm with you. Like, it's
Yeah.
not. This is gonna be like the who's who of 10 years ago, which
Yeah.
I don't know. At the same time, like I don't think that's great, but you could make a case that if guys stay healthy, you get enough old guys that they can kind of spread it out among each other and everyone take the load. It's like I'm not gonna make this analogy, forget it. So yeah. I just
Oh, now you have to make it.
They're gonna have a good time.
yeah. Yeah, I remember.
It's the banana boat all over
It's
again.
the banana boat. I was gonna say, y'all watch Saw?
I've
Yeah.
seen the movie. Yeah,
Y'all saw the pint of blood test or whatever?
yeah.
That would be what the old guys on the Warriors have to do. Like, collectively, you have to share the pain. One player alone can't take all the damage that they'll wreak up over 82 games. But collectively, between 38-year-old Steph, 37 or 36-year-old Draymond, gonna be 37, 41 gonna be 42 LeBron, Al Horford, 2-year deal, 39, gonna be 40 years old. So between all those guys, I think they said the oldest lineup. I saw this on Dunked On. They did like their daily dunks or whatever. Like the oldest two players at the same time that were starting. I think last year you had Steph Curry at 38 alongside Al Horford at 40. And then it was one more. I'm trying to pull it up right now while it's on my mind. Bottom line is that it's rare. Like, to have a team this old, they're gonna be even older than the
The
2022
Clippers this year.
older than that. I was thinking 2022 Lakers, where like 8 of those guys were out the league after the season was over. They were like, all right, retire. But yes, exactly. That was it. So it says no team has started 3 players age 38 plus. The Warriors could become the first if they get LeBron with Steph Curry and Al Horford, 41, 38, and 40 respectively. The only team to start 2 38 plus players in the last decade was Golden State this year, which was one game with Curry and Horford. And then remember my favorite Knicks team of all time. Andrew would know this. That 2012-2013.
Yeah, I was gonna say the team with Sheed and Prigioni and
Marcus
Martin.
Camby, Kurt Thomas,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Jason Kidd.
Uh-huh.
They
That's a fun team.
Yes, they
fun team.
regularly started 2 players, and
Yep.
they just mixed either Jason Kidd or one of those 2 bigs. So that team was probably the most successful old team that we've really seen.
And here's the sad part: Carmelo Anthony was blocked at the rim by Roy Hibbert to end that year, and that's worse for me as a Syracuse fan because he got blocked by a Georgetown guy.
Yeah,
That's even worse.
guy.
It's even worse. But
Yep.
that team was a lot of fun, though. I mean, that Knicks
was
team was
so
a
much
blast.
fun. They were a
That was
fun
a
team in
blast.
2K. They were a fun team to watch.
Oh.
I remember when they beat Miami and that Lily Sheet's first
Yep.
game back, they brought him out. He
Yep.
hits a 3. That was
Yep.
it was
yeah.
fun. But then I also remember, like you said, Melo getting blocked at the rim, or
Yeah.
Jason Kidd going 0 for everything in the postseason. So
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
fun
Oh, yeah.
times. No moves. Fun. No moves.
Yeah. John, is there any move you want to talk about? Because I know you're only on with us for about 10 more minutes.
Any move that I want to talk about? Phew. No. No. It's, I guess one of the things I guess we could talk about, I mean, I'm sure you talked about it a lot, but kind of projecting, I'd like to hear some of your ideas about projecting what the Hornets are going to do with their TPE, the mid-level,
$40 million.
and the 40 million, the highest
Yeah.
in history, right?
Highest mid-level exception or traded player exception ever.
Trade
$40
player
million.
exception in history.
Yeah, I mean that's a good
It's
question.
looking like, I know what I would kind of be interested, but I kind of like to hear what other people are thinking.
What about with that TPE, Drew Holiday? I mean, the Blazers literally have 5 guards: Morant, Holiday, Dame, Scoot, Sharp. Why not say, hey, we'll give you value for Drew Holiday and take the salary off your books?
Yeah. What do you think it would take?
What I think it would take for Drew?
Yeah.
Ooh. A first. I still think Holiday is worth the first. I'm just thinking, like, if you're going to take that contract off their books, like, that has value in itself. But at the same time, for a team like Portland, that could be matching salary for someone else. So, like, I don't think Portland would value it that much. So that's why I still think it would take Charlotte giving some type of first. They have plenty of them to give, obviously. With the tax pyramid level, you and I talked about this guy going to the Hornets all year, Rui Hachimura.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know there's been speculation again about him going to San Antonio. The Lakers obviously still have cap space if they want to bring him back, but yeah, I think that would be fun. Like, again, the Hornets had the best year they've had since Alonzo Mourning was on the team. Like, I understand selling high on LaMelo and Bridges and getting the assets and value you got for them. But at the same time, like, it's, as I said, disheartening when you see Miami getting Giannis, Toronto getting Kawhi, Atlanta continuing to improve. Like, oh yeah, us and Orlando, let's just sit back and sit on our hands. I don't know why I just threw a shot at Orlando, but Orlando hasn't done anything either for what it's worth. Orlando's done absolutely nothing.
They fired their coach.
Yeah.
They fired their coach and waived Jonathan Isaac. That's what they've done so far.
Yeah. Yeah. 2 things that needed to happen.
Agreed. Yeah, listen, I'm a big fan of Jeff Peterson. I really like what he did. Like, I understand, LaMelo's talent, and I understand that Charlotte had their most relevant year probably in our lifetime, for being honest. But I really like Naz Reid for them. Like, I think if everything goes right for Naz Reid, he can be a borderline all-star player. Like, that's how good I think Naz Reid can be for Charlotte. They were desperate in size. Like, they were too small, right? We all knew they were too small. Steinbach is a great pick. They get Naz Reid. They still have Kalkbrenner, who I like, the kid from Creighton. They got Diabate, obviously. And they're just basically saying, like, Con Knippel's our guy. Like, he was second in Rookie of the Year voting. He could have easily made an argument. He could have beaten Cooper Flagg for that award. I mean, and that's Cooper Flagg. And that's Cooper Flagg, who people are saying is a top 10 player in the NBA for the next 10 years. Like,
Which
that's
is also probably true.
Right. No, 100%. But that's what I think Jeff Peterson is honing into, is we have a guy that no one is talking about nearly enough. And if you re-sign Brandon Miller, which I think most of us are expecting that to happen, Kobe White, that's the whole key for me, is Kobe White. Like, what do you, I didn't love the money, didn't love it, but I thought he played well enough to earn his money. He was very good for Charlotte. But I'm a believer in Christian Anderson. I've said this all along. Like, I am a believer in him. I don't know about day one being a legitimate backup. That might take a year or something. But I mean, I can't blame the guy. He's going all in on what he drafted. He drafted Con Knippel. He drafted Christian Anderson. Naz Reid's a culture guy. I think he's going to bring a level of tough. I think Hornet fans are going to love Naz Reid. They're going to love the dude. They're going to love that dude.
Just like they're going to have Nas tattoos up there too. Like,
the Nas towel. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And let's face it. Like, Miles Bridges has a lot of baggage. I mean, we've known about this, the off the court stuff that goes on with it, but he's an undersized 4. He's more of a 3, naturally. And you have Brandon Miller there. So, like, you don't need Miles Bridges. So I like this. I do. I like what they're doing. Is it a step back in talent? Sure. I mean, I think you can make that argument, but I actually think it's confidence that Con Knippel can do this. I just think it's funny. I told Steve this. I don't know if I told you, John. I think it's funny that Charlotte's point guard is from North Carolina and their shooting guard is from Duke.
That's hilarious.
That's hilarious. Like, I never thought that would happen. And they just picked up Grayson Allen, who's also went to Duke.
Wow.
Like, and Grayson Allen, when he's healthy, he could shoot. Got to stay healthy. And I love Royce O'Neal. I'm a big Royce O'Neal guy. I like what he brings to the table. So I love what he's doing. And I think Charles Lee's proven he can coach. I think there's no doubt about that. So I really like what they did. I think the biggest thing for them is Kobe White. living up to the contract, and the 2 rookies, Steinbach and Anderson. If those 3 hit, Charlotte's in good shape.
Yeah.
So
And with that, also, I mean, if you're looking at it, when you get rid of Miles, which to get an unprotected first for Miles, and looking at the John Morant return, you know,
or
we
lack
did
thereof.
great. Yeah, or lack
Right.
thereof.
Right.
We did great on that, considering the
and
history,
Trae Young.
you know,
Trae Young didn't get.
Yeah, but you know, with those guys out of there, which Miles Bridges was the last player left from the 2018 draft on his original team, which I thought was interesting. But that gets, I mean, everybody on this team is the Jeff Peterson guy.
Mm-hmm.
Is a Jeff Peterson guy. You know, these are Charles Lee guys. I think that is very intentional. Yeah, and
I agree.
You're going to lose a lot of playmaking. I think LaMelo is all time maybe a top 20 playmaker. The way that he's able to pass the ball and get guys open to shoot threes. But at the same time, like you bring Naz Reid in there, you're all of a sudden you're opening up that whole offense for guys to be able to drive the basket. Like guys like Kahn, guys like Brandon Miller, guys like Kobe, who's been shown to be able to drive the basket. I mean, you're really putting a lot of rim pressure that we did not have last year because teams just stacked the box if they could. You know, you got Miles Bridges out there.
Right, because they're probably going to take a step back offensively, I would think, without LaMelo. But defensively, I feel like they took 3 steps forward with.
But the numbers weren't that bad. I mean, the numbers were pretty similar to Melo. With Melo off the court, it's very small sample size. But with Melo off the court and Kobe on the court, they weren't that different than Melo's numbers without Kobe. So I mean, it'll
be interesting to see what that looks like. Yeah.
Right.
I want a playmaker on this team. I think
Sure.
What I was kind of getting to is I think that we need to spend our money and get at least bring some. I mean, you know, like I was thinking, like, what if they brought in somebody like even like Javon Carter, or Tyus Jones, or somebody like that? You know, somebody that can distribute the ball. Christian Anderson's not going to do it.
Nah, he's gonna shoot. Yeah.
I like the name I was trying to get at with Steven. I like DeJounte Murray as a guy that we could use.
Yeah,
that's one we talked about.
I like that too. Yeah,
I don't mind that at all for them. And he fits in the trade exception, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think that makes a lot of sense, actually. I like that a lot.
So I've had this on screen for a little bit, but apparently Jake Fisher said on another stream, basically what we already heard, the league is operating as if Mamu and Quentin Grimes are basically on the Lakers.
Corbin, take it away. Take it away,
Corbin. So excited. No, I mean, both of those guys are solid players. I don't know. There's not that's the thing. Like what I guess with Mamu, you get a guy who shot at least 30+%. Well, he had a year in the Spurs under 30 in 40 games, and then a year with the Bucks in 24 games, 21%. The last couple of years, 37, 38% from 3. Right, you're looking at that. Space the floor, 27 from New York. Look at that. Like a little bit undersized to 6'9", but I guess you get that like pick and pop kind of variation with him. And then Quentin Grimes, you get a scorer. Like that's what he is, right? Maybe there's more to be unlocked. I don't think so, but like in general, you're gonna get 15, 3 and 3, right? Like that's kind of the Quentin Grimes experience that I've seen. He had 21 points a game last year, 28 games. Before that, 10 with the Mavericks, and then last year, 75 games, 13 points per game, 45, 33, 84 splits. Like, fine, those guys are like maybe starters. Definitely rotation players, but that's your big move. That they got to be more, right? And also, my question is: are those guys coming in? Are you still trying to keep Rui? I know Andrew kind of talked about it. Steven, John, you mentioned as well. Rui might be gone probably, but is he like until he is gone? I'm holding out hope, right? But like, it's one thing if you're adding them to the team. It's another thing if they're replacing players already on the team. If for damn sure not replacing Marcus or LeBron. I mean, not even in the aggregate, in any combination of that. So, yay, that's my thoughts. Yay, they're not. It's not Mozgov and Luol Deng. So I'll celebrate.
So the Lakers have, I think, 52 or $53 million in cap space.
Yeah,
I'm assuming one of those, either Mamu or Grimes, would go into their room mid-level, which is 9.4.
Mm-hmm.
So then figure the other one gets about 10 to 12. So you still have about $40 million in cap space to go get a Jalen Doran or go get a Walker Kessler. Does that excite you anymore, Corbin? No,
Yeah,
no.
one of those guys. Sure. Like, is that it? Like, those are the moves.
I mean, like that's the cap space.
That's what I'm saying. So no, in totality, I'm not excited if I walk away. This was the year that you waited and used 2 years of LeBron's post prime to set yourselves up for this big future. And then you luck into Luka and you have flexibility in cap space to finally make some moves. And I get it. Some of that's the free agency class and how lackluster that was. But even 2 years ago, we kind of had thoughts about this being not a great free agency class. So I don't give Rob any slack for that. He could have made some, been more aggressive trading his picks, whatever the case may be. But you're saying that you did all that. You retain Austin Reeves, good for Lakers there. You bring in Sandro and Quentin Grimes, and then you get Walker Kessler-Duran. That's a start. That's not like the crowning summation of everything we've been led to believe as fans for the last 2 years. That's something where it's like, oh wow, look, a solid little offseason. But this was marked as like the offseason. And my memory is not that short, So if they are able to get one of those two, then I guess you have to give it a passing grade because center is the biggest need for this team. And if you get Duran or Kessler, you have the big for the next, half a decade, right? Like that's the big that aligns with Luka's timeline. And so that works. But I'm still not enthused. And if they don't get either of them, then don't be trying to sell me on no Mitchell Robinson. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh, you might not have a choice.
I know.
John, anything you want to say before you sign off?
I'm saying Cam Carr is the future of the LA Lakers.
You know what, John? I'll take it. I'll take it, man. I'm still.
They got to steal. That's the steal of the offseason.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that fit for sure, John.
Yeah.
Okay, John. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah.
So then we're gonna add Conrad's back.
Hey.
Conrad, did you see the news about Porzingis signing an extension rather than
I did
signing? So he's trade eligible on this contract.
All the trade machinations already going through my mind. So good, yeah.
Oh man, what a time!
So
yeah, man. It's kind of slow developing here, in these first couple hours.
Understatement. Yes.
I mean, again, Brandon Carlson, shout out, but
we've had 3 guys sign with new teams
in 3 hours.
3.5, yeah.
That's funny. It's a good ratio.
Jeez.
Our guy Keon Ellis to Brooklyn. Happy for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were saying like I really like this for Keon Ellis. Like,
and he reunites with Jordy. They obviously work together in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Right. But I was telling them, like, I like what Brooklyn's done, bringing Randall, signing Ellis, the draft they had, like Sean Marks is operating finally like a GM, like,
yeah,
his early Brooklyn tenure, he definitely, flexed his GM muscles and
correct.
Then,
yeah,
the desire to have immediate success. Kind of sidetracked his.
Get that graphic off my screen.
Well, this one says Walker Kessler. You said you'd be okay with Walker Kessler.
Seriously, who does these graphics, man?
No, that's not Walker Kessler in that picture.
Well, yeah, I know that, but
that's why I said get that graphic off.
I put it up for this.
Oh, I was talking about the graphic, dog. Cool. Their top summer target, Walker Kessler. Wow. Why am I so not even? I'm just whelmed. I'm so
you're underwhelmed because it's not a superstar. The Lakers are used to getting big names, and you're getting 2 role players and a center that's coming off injury.
Thank you.
That's essentially
how it feels.
That makes me feel great.
Well, no, I'm just keeping it real. I mean, that's what it is.
I know.
Like you're not getting Jokic, or something. I think I said this to
Jokic,
Conrad.
Kawhi, nobody.
Yeah, any of them. Like I said to Conrad earlier, like they have cap space in the wrong year. Ultimately, that's just what it is.
I just want to know, who did Pelinka see? Because when he said that, like when this was talked about, returning flexibility I'm not doing a Rob Pelinka voice. I don't know what that was, but like when he was talking about this, the free agency market hasn't changed. So like, who was he? Like Wembanyama wasn't it's not 1994. When you get like a top player and they can just opt out 2 years in, or whatever the case may be. Like what was he looking at? Like I don't know.
I mean, earlier we were kind of spitballing. I mean, again, cap space doesn't have to just be used for signing free agents. Is there a trade target that he has his sights set on? Obviously, I know you guys are not super limited. Are they? Well, yeah. How limited are they in terms of draft capital?
We have
not too badly because
Right,
It's not horrible.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, there's no Nico Harrison around to trade anymore.
Wow.
and that's a problem.
I mean, you could give a fair trade package. You don't always have to swindle the
no,
other
that's
team.
fair. No, what I'm saying is you have the Lakers tax and you have the fact that Pelinka's just not outside of I'll give him credit for that one trade deadline, 2023. Bringing in, D'Lo, Vando, Rui, yeah, was that 2022 or 2023? 2023, it was, because 2022 was the Russ year. Excuse me, God bless. Anyways, that he brought that was okay. At the time, Vando's defensive aptitude was much needed, right? Austin Reeves was becoming a breakout player, not just a rotation guy, but he was really good. We needed what D'Lo brought from an offensive perspective. Rui as well, that influx of talent all in that one deadline was actually really, really good. Outside of that, I have not and continue not to trust Rob Pelinka in trade. So I'm with you, Conrad, in terms of hoping that there's something there, right? But again, was this just a thought? I don't know how much of Rob Pelinka is we have these plans and they just didn't work out well, or we have these concepts and we're just gonna come into the offseason or trade deadline with these general concepts and be oh crap, they said no. Well, didn't expect that. Quentin Grimes, and you know what I mean. That's what I'm curious about.
I think it becomes problematic, or you begin to question the process, because if your entire plans, off-season plans, which according to Pelinka have been in the works for a year plus, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it hinges on securing a restricted free agent, that makes the entire plan very dicey.
Yes, it does.
Right? Because, whether it be Walker Kessler or Jalen Duren, it's not completely in your control,
Mm-hmm.
So it should be interesting. I don't know. And hence why I keep going back to before you got on, and I know it's probably not going to sound very enticing, but I was well, I mean, if they're really going for an all-in move, what if they got Embiid on the cheap?
You're right. I'm not impressed. No, I'm playing. No, I'm with you. No,
but I don't think right because it's just cap space. Which
you're right.
You have,
and
right?
It is a talent play. No, you're right. It is a talent play. I you're not again. And I said this earlier too, Conrad. There was no move I saw the Lakers doing this offseason that was going to make them anything better than the third best team in the West. There wasn't a move out there that was going to put them on par or above Oklahoma City or San Antonio. It would really be putting them in that same conversation, maybe a hair above them, depending on what Houston does, whatever the case may be. Now, losing, whatever semblance of perimeter defense you had to Houston, not great, Chief, right? The second year in a row that's happened. Last year, oh my goodness, he had a horrible year, but why is the name escaping me right now?
Dorian Finney-Smith.
Thank you.
No.
That wasn't great, but it wasn't now we're gonna lose Marcus Smart too. Not ideal, but at the same time, I thought, okay, Lakers are gonna do something to be a third best team. If you bring in, let's say you don't bring in either Duren or Kessler, and these are your two moves, and you are the Lakers? Where are they? Are they third to fifth? Are they fifth to eighth? Where are they in your off the top of the dome offseason rankings?
Andrew already answered that earlier.
So I answered this earlier. I'll
please tell me again. I missed it.
So you're fine. So I had them fifth. I had them fifth to eighth. I had them there. So I had Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Minnesota, Denver. Probably is, and then Golden State if they get LeBron and Anthony Davis, they have to go ahead. Yeah, that's where it gets tricky for me because I think Houston's going to regress somewhat, but I still think Houston's deeper in terms of talent pool. So, and I really like what Utah's done as well. I think Utah's going to take a leap. So right there, the Lakers are eighth. Right there, you're talking about a play-in team.
Yeah. If you bring in Kessler or Duren, that raises them up to what? 4th, 5th?
Yeah, probably somewhere in there. I think
So
then you're
that's-
looking. Yeah, then
Mhm.
you're looking at like what Denver's doing. Probably.
There you go. Yeah. So like, you didn't. I mean, and again, this is. Thank you for answering that, Andrew. Like and
Mhm.
earlier too. This is like very
Yeah.
rough, like off the top of the dome stuff. But like just off of that, like simple exercise, it's not like, oh my goodness, like they've catapulted. Like this is the first year of the Luka experience, completely without any LeBron ties, right? Like that whole team that he was the last piece. Crazy how he lasted everyone. That's done. And I just think that you kind of go on it with a very like kind of feeling, but we'll see. Also, I forgot that was who they traded for. I mean, he's in hot water now, but the artist formerly known as Malik Beasley. He was in that trade. It was him, Vando, and
He
D'Lo.
is in hot water.
That is correct.
They were the ones who kind of helped with that 2023 team. But that was like one fell swoop. And I was looking at the transaction history of Rob Pelinka to see how that worked out. I'm not gonna lie, like he did really, really good. He traded out Damian Jones, Juan Toscano Anderson, Russell Westbrook, and a 2027 first-round pick in a 3-team trade that included the Jazz and the Wolves. And then he got back, of course, D'Lo, Malik Beasley, Jared Vanderbilt, and like that worked out for them. They got some trade exceptions, some other stuff, but like those were the players. And like that took a team that was, we were playing Russell Westbrook, Patrick Beverly, and Lonnie Walker in the same starting five. And they at least turned that, I was giving LeBron and AD a chance. I at least turned them into what? They went to the West Conference Finals that year?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, and now a lot of that, again, was off the backs of the talent they already had on the roster, though. So maybe Rob is just hoping that he can just do something adequately and Luka and Austin Reeves can replicate the LeBron AD of old and make that team greater than the sum of its parts to a ludicrous degree. But even then, we saw what happened when they faced like a team that wasn't, the last gas, need to retool Warriors and the young Memphis Grizzlies, right? Like belt to tail.
Right.
So anyway.
Yeah, I mean the Lakers to me are just really hard to evaluate because I don't know what they're gonna do. Like that's like they're so hard to like when Steve asked me.
Man.
Oh yeah, well Rob Murrows is the man though. But when Steve's asking me to rank these things, I'm like, I don't know where to put the Lakers. Like to be in the West, they're the toughest team, and in the East, it's Philly with the Embiid injury. Like I just don't know like what you get out of Joel night in and night out. The Lakers, I think Corbin, I think you should focus on Rob Burrows. That's your guy.
I need to find out this guy. I need to find out who this guy is. Like, you got to start somewhere. So if he ends up being, you got to start somewhere. Is he going to be? Actually, I don't want to get blocked by this guy. I'm not going to mention name drop, but you never know.
Yeah.
Newsbreakers, man, I tell you.
I miss Woj.
Who doesn't?
He's too busy. He's too busy ruining St. Bonaventure. Can I tell you?
That's
he is too busy developing future Warriors. Shout out Leger Jones.
That is true.
There you go. I mean, or you have like Shans where it's like Keon Ellis agreed to a 2-year deal thanks to the great team of Mark Bartelstein and Toria James of Priority Sports. And
well, I can't badmouth an agent because I have an agent sitting here, so it's hard to do that. But
I just don't think every agent deserves their own Twitter post. But
not all agent is made equal.
Yeah. That is very true. I agree.
I mean, I imagine somebody did. I didn't think Keon Ellis walked into a table and negotiated the contract himself.
No.
But I just find it funny how every time that happens, and I'm like, all right, the water carrying. But anyways,
okay, what move that we haven't seen yet? Like, is there like a free agent out there that you're like, oh, I want to see this guy go?
Oh,
talking free agent or a trade?
Got news
or either.
News?
We got news.
Oh, hallelujah! Finally.
What news do? Oh, we do have news.
Something. Give me something.
Put it on the board.
Give me.
Wait, what?
Give me something. I'm not even looking. Give me something.
This one, I know there's speculation behind as well.
I don't care. Give me something.
Luke Kennard is headed to the Phoenix Suns. 2 years, 30. That's it.
Yeah.
He took the taxpayer mid-level.
We don't even want Luke Kennard. Oh, we are so cooked. No, I'm kidding.
Corbin, they're trying to maximize their cap.
No, you're not kidding because you're 100%.
Again, so I'm
right.
going to go back to it. Like, I really don't understand this Kevin Herter contract. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
hate to pick on him, but like when I first saw
right.
it, I'm like, I don't get this, dude.
Conrad, it's the hair. As somebody with gray hair as yourself, you should know that gets you some that gives you some points, It's the hair. It has to be because he's a shooter who doesn't really shoot well. Like, how do you get that? Like, at least with Luke, he's a shooter who doesn't shoot enough. right?
Correct.
But it's not a
Yeah.
question of whether or not he can make the shot. It's a question of whether he's going to be in the court for 25 minutes to take 2 threes. With Luke Kennard, give him 9. But like, is he going to make them? That's the question.
Luke Kennard's an all-time great shooter for what it's worth.
Oh, he
is.
could. He was good at Duke too in college. He could light it up. I mean,
Yep,
he-
and I love his game out the pick and roll too. He has a little bit of. He's not a point guard, but he's not your just standard post up in the corner shooter. He can make a
So-
playoff ball.
So now I assume he's coming off the bench for the Suns. I take it. So
No, he's starting over Jalen Green. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
I mean, if you wanted to, you could. I mean,
You
you could play
could.
Booker at point guard, bring Jalen Green off the bench. I don't hate that. I think that's what they should do. But I assume it's going to be Booker, Green,
My son's friend's
Brooks.
calling.
No, you're good. So it's going to be Booker, Green, Brooks, Bridges, and Williams. I take it.
With Gillespie, Kennard,
Goodwin
Goodwin, Oso,
and Malawach
Malawach. They also have what's his face? Ryan Dunn.
and Rasheer Fleming. Right. So I mean,
Mhm.
they're
Given
Phoenix
what Brian Gregory had to work with, I think Phoenix is again, I understand they have the 2023 unprotected first, but like again,
Yeah.
you're mandated by what your owner wants you to do. If he wants Miles Bridges because he went to Michigan State and he's willing to get the 2033 first, like you have to do what ownership wants. That's your boss.
it's the name of the
So,
game. Yeah.
But so given what they had to work with after basically trading Kevin Durant and not having any assets, I think they've done an okay job overall, this new Phoenix Suns
Yeah.
front office.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean-
shocked Luke Kennard took that. Hold on, I'm going to put this graphic.
Well, while you're doing that, I mean, the way I see it is, I understand what Phoenix is trying to do. Like, this
Yeah.
might be the first time they have a plan.
Yeah.
Like, seriously. I mean, Booker makes a lot of money. I still think they need a point guard, but Kennard can shoot. We know they were going to re-sign Brooks. I didn't love re-signing Mark Williams for 3 years, but I get it because there really wasn't any other option for them. They're just relying a lot on like continuity and then bringing in a couple of guys. Like, I don't mind this for the Suns.
No, I don't mind it at all. And again, I have this graphic up here. All these teams that have, I mean, I know the taxpayer mid-level 6.1. You see the biannual, he was 5.5. So you could get a little bit more with the taxpayer mid-level. But like all these teams with the non-tax MLE, they are all still available. Like, what are they all saving it for?
I don't know.
Everyone
I
except Atlanta has a taxpayer mid-level.
I mean, let me ask you this, Conrad. Because you're a Warrior fan, so you probably watch the Suns more than I do for sure. Maybe more
Right.
than Steve. Do you see them as like I think they're a play-in team, probably, at this point. Like, can they push top 6? Is that possible with the group they have because of the continuity?
I mean, yeah, you would have to bank on continuity. Continuity and obviously like some of their younger guys taking a step forward. And I would say really a step on either end because, for example, you know, kind of how we were talking about Detroit.
Yeah.
Like, multiple things can be true. Like Ron Holland and Asar Thompson have improved. They
Right.
haven't improved, right? But then they also have not improved nearly enough offensively, right? I feel that's the same way with a lot of Phoenix's young guys, right? Whether that be Oso or Ryan Dunn.
Yeah.
Obviously, Kamen Malawach basically had like a quote unquote red shirt year, you know?
Yeah, for
So
sure.
we really don't know. But that's the thing is, you know, they have a significant number of roster spots dedicated to guys who have shown some really good promising flashes, but not nearly enough to pencil them in. And that's the thing, you know, going what you were saying, whether it be Jordan Goodwin, Colin Gillespie. Well, and to be fair,
Right.
they're playing well, Jordan Goodwin,
Yeah.
Colin Gillespie. But it's like you said, the strength of their game is their consistency, not their upside.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and
I
so
like that.
yeah. Again, can you get more of that then from Jalen Green? You know, I mean,
Yeah.
obviously he had some good moments, but I
yeah.
mean,
I think we agree, though, the fit with Booker is not great with him and Jalen Green because they kind of do the same things.
yeah, no, not ideal at all.
Right. So my one thing with them is they need a point guard. Like, Gillespie is better off the bench. I thought it was going to be Ja. Obviously, that didn't happen. I guess they're just going to roll with Booker at point guard this year, and that's kind of what they're going to do. Maybe they address it at the deadline. Maybe that's something they think about. But
I saw some Hornets fans were some Suns fans were disappointed that LaMelo. They didn't get the right Hornet, right? They got Bridges instead of LaMelo. So,
That's funny, but that's true.
I mean, I kind of don't hate the Suns roster. Like I
No,
don't think it's that bad. Like, are they like a championship team? No.
they're looking better than the Lakers right now.
and that goes back to
Yes.
your initial question. Like I'm with you. I think this is a good team, but I don't see it being like you said, at best, they're like a
Playing.
6 seed, like 6.
Correct. I totally
Yeah.
agree. They're probably
Yeah.
like 6, 7, 8, 9, somewhere in that area. Maybe closer to 9. But
Yeah.
point being is they're not going to be terrible. They're not going to be like a bottom feeder in the West like they have been for a while
Right.
outside of last year.
Okay. Thank you, Shams, for telling us who Kennard's agents are.
Yep, we knew that was coming. Like to pour one out to the agency of no, I'm playing. Also, that officially means that I'm not surprised with the GM, but we gave away a second-round pick for half a year of Luke Kennard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rob Pelinka, everybody. Rob Pelinka. This is what he does.
Well, to be fair, I understand Corbin's
No,
point.
Conrad. No, I'm playing.
Well, no, I'm right. Like, you know, it took only 2 second-round picks to get an Isaiah Joe, right? Or an Aaron Wiggins, an Isaiah Stewart, right? So it's like, okay, right?
Thank you.
Like,
the moves are happening. and
Yeah.
good moves. And
they are valuable. They have value.
Mhm. And I do believe that there's Lakers tax. Like, I'm not naive. I do believe that it's harder sometimes for some teams because it is LA. Sure. I thoroughly believe that. Like you see some of these moves and it's like, with a pulse, a GM would have inquired about that and probably been told no, and they get it for nothing. At the same time, it's Rob Pelinka. No. I do believe if anybody was not to inquire about these guys, it would be him. And I know I'm so negative about him, but I am.
Okay. I'm just looking here. There's nothing else going on.
All right.
Nope.
In terms of free agent signings, other than Corbin crashing out over the Lakers.
I mean, that was going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
No,
Um,
Ron, I'll tell you, start working construction, right? I'm working construction. I was overseeing, like a job we were doing, and I go back into my truck, and I'm like, I'm not able to be on my phone a lot, so I glance at my phone. I see it says LeBron isn't coming back, and I legit go, no. And the contractor looks behind, and is like, you good? I was like, LeBron's not coming back. Before I even realized that he is not the person who gives a flying about LeBron. And he goes, huh? I said, never mind, sir. Your concrete's fine. Like, I'm leaving now. Just a meltdown the truck, man. No, it was, mind you, I knew that was going to happen, but it still felt like a gut punch when it did. You know what I mean? It's one of those.
No, of course.
Such a weird experience.
Of course. I mean, the guy's one of the top 5 greatest players ever, and he just left maybe the greatest franchise ever, and he just basically told you you're not good enough.
Exactly.
It's embarrassing.
And it's crazy that at 42, gonna be 42, you're a player like that at 42 leaves, and objectively your team just got worse. Like that's what's like the paradox that is LeBron James. That someone that's 41 years old, 23 is in the NBA says, yeah, I don't want to play with you anymore. And you're not like, some are saying good riddance, but they're delusional or idiots. And you're not like, oh, okay, like, yes, I believe the Lakers fresh start is best, sure. But I'm also like, there is no way we get a player coming in this free agency that is as good as LeBron is right now, which is crazy to say.
By the way, they just announced the groups for the NBA.
I was going to say the NBA Cup groups.
Put it up.
Yeah. So just to give you guys an idea,
Quick news.
So the Lakers and the Warriors are together. So have fun with that for the two of you.
Thanks.
And the Knicks and the Sixers are also together.
Oh, Knicks are so screwed.
Steph, LeBron pick and rolls are going to drive Austin Reeves and Luka mad.
I mean, it's something to react to, so I'll take it. Yeah, it's better than nothing.
I remember like the first year of the NBA Cup where everyone's like, oh, no, right, teams are going to take it way seriously. And those were the games that the Sixers load managed their players.
Right. Well, hey, this year, the teams that were in the NBA Cup ended up in the NBA Finals.
That's true.
I mean, hey, never know.
Listen, Lakers took it seriously. We were the trendsetters. Anyway.
That's
Yeah.
right.
I mean, I actually think the Knicks
My
winning
guy
the
Darvin,
NBA Cup.
bro.
Come
I
on
mean-
now. Hands in his
I mean,
pockets, man.
I actually think the Knicks winning the NBA Cup actually gave them confidence to help them down the road.
I think
Like
you're right.
I fully believe that. So I think the
think you're
NBA
right.
Cup can help you.
Look at that right hand the stream on X. Everyone's scared of the Knicks. On the screen on the right hand side.
Yeah.
That's
Hey,
funny.
everyone's making moves. Come on.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh man, that's crazy. Another. I guess I want to ask you out real quick. Why are we getting so many off seasons? Is it the CBA change? Like, why are so many off seasons just like, to quote the kids, sauceless?
I mean, this offseason we had so much happen on the trade market, and
I mean, not
their own
off-season.
guys prior to today.
I misspoke.
Yeah.
I meant free agency. My mistake.
Yeah.
No, off season. This has been a really good off season. I apologize,
Yeah.
Stephen. I meant free agency. Last couple of free agencies. We do a free agency show every year for the last couple of years, and they've been much like this. Great time with good friends talking about 3 moves for 4 hours.
Because a lot of times I just think it's every team's waiting for that one domino to drop. Like 2 years ago.
Well, what is that? What are we talking about? LeBron at this point?
Yeah,
What's the domino?
Really
I was
the
actually talking more about like the
Walker
Jalen
Kessler?
Duren, Walker Kessler. Yeah, because
Okay.
that's going to dictate how the Nets, the Lakers use their cap space, and then teams are kind of waiting and see if they could pivot to those cap space teams before they take a mid-level exception elsewhere.
The days that Walker Kessler stops the NBA in his tracks is crazy.
I wonder how
Hold
his
up.
meeting with the Kings went. Well, I guess Jalen Duren's meeting with the Kings.
He
God
gets to light
bless.
the beam.
God bless.
Hopefully 32 times in 80 games or in 82 games.
You want to
God
light the
bless.
beam, or
Mhm.
do you want like a cheese roll from Portillo's?
There you go. Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see.
Okay, well, it's about to be 10 p.m. on the East Coast. The fact that we did this for 4 hours and 12 minutes is actually miraculous. Thank God we had as many moves as we had happen prior to this to at least give us something to fill the time.
Let me ask you real quick.
Sure.
If the Lakers were to sign and trade LeBron,
Okay.
how would that affect their cap space?
Oh,
So,
yeah.
it depends what are they getting back for him. Like, are you talking like, okay, trade him to Cleveland for Jared Allen and Max Strus?
I mean, I don't think Cleveland would do that, but yeah, sure. For sake of discussion,
I'm
sure.
just saying, like, yeah.
Yeah. For sake of discussion.
Then that's what they're using their cap space on.
Okay.
Like, if they did LeBron for Jared Allen sign and trade, that's $28 million off their books.
Gotcha. Okay.
They technically wouldn't have the cap space to begin with because that means they wouldn't have announced LeBron's rights. So they could have announced everyone else, create X amount of cap space.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So basically, in order to have all that cap space, they have
They
to
need to
announce-
keep LeBron on the
Got it.
books.
Okay.
Well, if to have the cap space, they need to announce him. Yeah.
Corbin's like, fuck this, man.
My brain
Oh,
is
he's done. I mean,
no.
I'd be done too if you lost LeBron and you're spending your money on
I mean,
Quentin Grimes
in
and Sandro.
theory,
Come on, man.
you could get one of the top centers on the market,
Yeah.
right? I mean, right?
In
Like
theory.
Kessler, Duren, or Mitch
Mitch
Robinson.
Rob. Yeah.
But
no.
exactly, right? I understand why he's not
Listen,
really a
Listen,
legitimate candidate for you.
as a Knicks fan, if you're saying no to Mitch, that means he's more likely to come back to the Knicks. I'm okay with that.
I'm just saying, if you need like 18 minutes of good quality center play, Mitchell Robinson will give you 18 minutes.
Yes,
If you need
totally agree.
30
Richards,
minutes
baby.
of good quality center play,
Oh, hell
Mitch
no.
Robinson's giving you 18 minutes.
Nick,
I'd rather-
Nick
I'm just
Richards
gonna
will
tell you-
give
I'm gonna tell
18
you-
minutes,
okay.
man.
Conrad,
Conrad, I'm going to tell you right now, I would rather have Tyler Kolek at center than Nick Richards.
Thank you. Nick Richards, the one. No, he is the. Come on, Conrad. You know how I feel about Nick Richards. You know how I feel about Miss Bell. Okay, like nah.
Boy, do I hope
nah.
the Knicks sign Nick Richards now.
Folks just getting cardio.
probably
out
will.
there. If the Lakers get Nick Richards, I will crash the flying out of here, y'all.
Actually,
I
I
don't
No, they
understand
won't.
why
They
Hope
won't.
Gordy is not coming back. I mean, I
Huh?
liked his production.
Yeah,
Nice enough guy.
I just
What I
think at the
know.
end of the day, I think he wants a backup role. Like, I think he wants kind of an expanded role, and I just don't think the Knicks trust him because he got in foul trouble so much for the Knicks, Huck Bordy. Like
That's why I said
the
18
one
minutes.
play he made the whole season was that block on Luke Cornett in the finals. That was the whole season was that block.
He blocked
Like-
Luke Cornett like Luke Cornett blocked Magic City. Yeah,
Right. Yeah. And he blocked Luke Cornett blocked Hartenstein at the rim in that Spurs Thunder series.
Oh,
But
yes, he did. Yes,
but
he did.
my point is though, like Huck Porty wanted an expanded role. The Knicks were never going to give that to him.
He's like, it's
yeah.
gonna be like his heel turn. He's gonna go to like the Spurs.
He'll probably start for the Pelicans, knowing them. I mean, yeah.
What are you talking about?
Him, Eves, Messi,
Excuse
and
you.
Zion
They have
on the court.
DeAndre Jordan. Okay,
Oh wow,
19-year vet.
Mr. Best Teammate in the NBA.
that's right.
Congratulations.
I didn't even know that was an award.
He's a new
Me
age.
neither.
He's a new age Tyson Chandler.
He is. He absolutely
Former
is.
lob defensive guy who's just getting them checks now.
Hey,
I like
That
it.
I can respect.
I like Tyson Chandler. Love that guy with the
Been in the
Knicks.
NBA since I was 12. Now here we are in my 30s. Still in the NBA. Gotta love it.
Okay.
All righty. Well, it's been a time, y'all.
I was hoping we get one straggler move, but it doesn't look like we're going to. So
If we wait a little bit longer, Shams will thank an agent.
Real
he
quick,
forgot.
then I have one more question.
sure.
Just because I know he's gonna get on a team this year. Where do we think Russ ends up?
I thought you were going to say Ben Simmons when you said he
China.
had
No,
No,
Russ isn't China yet.
Russ
Simmons is more likely to be China
Oh,
bound. But
Simmons is in the ocean. Again,
Yeah.
Simmons. Russ.
15, 5, and 6 last year in 64 games, 30 minutes a night.
The Charlotte Hornets.
You know, I thought about them actually as an option for him.
They
That
need like a
would be-
playmaker that could push the pace, keep up the tempo. Like I think he makes sense for them.
That would be just the kind of team he would want to go on to.
Yep.
Especially if they're not bringing Sacramento. I mean, if Sacramento's not bringing him back, because he wanted to stay in Sacramento. He's like, hey, if they'll have me back, I'd love
Right.
to come. But I mean, who's Sacramento's backup point guard?
Really, really good question.
Because
you're assuming they have a starting point guard.
well, I mean, I'm assuming they're
Wow,
going to
they
give Darius
got-
Acuff
They
the
got,
keys.
they got A cup now. I mean,
I'm assuming they're going to
Yeah.
give Acuff the keys, and so in
They
my mind,
have
it's like,
Cuff and they have.
I guess it's Malik Monk.
oh, Killian
right?
Hayes. I'm just kidding.
Malik Monk. They don't have
It's
a
gotta
backup.
be. It's gotta be Malik Monk. He has to be the backup point guard.
And we know he doesn't like doing that. He's on
Hell
record.
no.
He's on record saying that. So then maybe Russ does go back to Sacramento.
What?
I mean, at the end of the day, he is definitely a vet minimum guy now.
Yeah.
Like we know
Oh,
this,
for
right?
sure. Yeah.
He's a borderline starter on the Kings, and I think that's it. You know, like it's a bench role pretty much everywhere else, right?
Yeah.
Like,
So
would he go? Would he go back to Washington?
That's what I was thinking too. I was
Like,
like,
would he go back there to play? I mean, but the problem is they have Trae Young, they have D'Angelo Russell on his player option, and then they have
oh, that's right, he's
um,
there.
yeah, they got Russell, they got Trae Young, and who else the other guy they have? And they have Bub Carrington. But I mean, I feel like the Wizards make some sense for him, but I
Yeah.
feel like I feel like Sacramento, it's like destiny, honestly. But I don't know. We'll see. See what happens with Russ. I have no idea.
That'd be so cool. Acuff and Russ together. Hell yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
With that said, I think it's time to sign off.
Yeah.
About that time.
we're looking forward to the days of a cuff Russell Westbrook guard rotation. I agree with you. It's time to go.
It's time to go.
Okay. Okay. This concludes this live stream on the Center Hub's YouTube channel, Twitter page, buzzer page. Thank you to all almost 900 of you to tune in with us throughout the evening. You could follow me on Twitter at @the_NBAGel. That's NBAGELL. You can follow Conrad at CP3_777. You can follow Andrew at Andrew S Hoops 2, and you can follow Corbin at Corbin NBA. You could follow the Center Hub on all socials: Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok at the Center Hub _BB. You could follow all of our written work at the Center Hub, the centerhub.substack.com.
There you go.
Listen
There
to
you go.
the Indie Basketball Podcast. Listen to One and Done. Listen to Bird Rights. $30 off at CBB Analytics. Use code TCH. Invaluable resource, especially with this college basketball season upcoming. Yeah, I think that's everything.
Yeah.
Otherwise, We appreciate you guys again following along. I wish there was more moves that transpired before today or before 6 p.m. Eastern that we could have talked about. But either way, we appreciate you guys for coming along for the ride. So myself, Corbin, Conrad, Andrew, we will talk to you guys very soon. Thanks for listening.